Good time zone, everybody. Welcome to the third and final pod of the Circuit Breaker Invitational 2025. There's a Discord sound that I thought I had muted, but that's fine. I have here with me two very esteemed players to handle commentary for me today. I have Jai.
Oh, it's me now, huh? Hey,
Yeah.
everybody.
It's been you. Didn't just become you. You are always in the process of becoming you. I also have Sticks.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Even Jai sounds surprised to be here.
All right,
Well,
so
all three of us for different reasons, but yeah, proceed.
I mean, I'm the one who's
Yes.
up at 4:20 in the morning. I feel like I'm getting the short stick here, but
Yes, faithful stream pilot today.
we do what we can. So yeah, we are just now, it looks like, getting pairings up for round one. It appears as though, yeah, we've had a drop, so we are now at 52 players for this pod.
Respectable amount. I believe EMEA yesterday, or well, last night for some people, was 57, I believe. So 52 plus 57 and 27 for APAC. Quick maths tells me that is
Yes.
144. Sounds 40.
2. Just going off the
46.
43 listed, right?
Oh goodness.
No, we can count. We promise. Okay, wait. Give me a second.
No. We don't.
We don't know
Everyone
how to
knows the
count
game
here.
about math.
We don't know how to
I'm
count. We
totally-
don't know how to read. It's okay.
Yeah.
Totally not pulling up the calculator app on my computer right now.
Reading cards, crunching numbers. Nah, we just spitball vibes.
136. 136. All right.
Oh,
There we
excellent.
go. We did it. Right, yes, so we're heading into the first round of our final pod.
Yep.
This year's Circuit Breaker Invitational. Top 5 from each of those pods will be joining our reigning Circuit Breaker champion in the top 16 cut next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And looks like
And we have 10 of those players already set. Congratulations to the top 5 of both the APAC and America's pods. And today will be
Yeah, Sticks, congrats.
Yes, yes, congratulations. We probably should have led with that one.
I was I was burying the lead for as long as possible, but I didn't want you to just make you be like, hey, tell people you qualified. Any of these pairings looking spicy, y'all, that we should check out for our first round?
We have pairings. That sounds fun. Right. All right. So my policy, I think, at least recently speaking, is that if we want to be seeing any Asmari games on stream, we want to be seeing them early in the round because those games don't tend to go very long anyway.
Fair.
It's reasonable.
So shall we get on that?
Why don't we pick the one with a single APAC invader with 2 APAC commentators? I think we have that right. Table 13, we've got Bemi.
Well, this is a very clear bias, but that's all right. Let's pop in and see if we're allowed to watch here. All right, let's knock over a very precarious project on my desk, why don't we? And then we have our approval. Let's pull back the curtain and take a look here.
And we are off. It's just turn 2 of this Oshiko Shiro against Asmari EdTech matchup. I mean, given that this is Pikai, one of the members of EA Sports we're talking about, it's more than likely this is overwhelmingly likely this is the EA Asmari kill deck that's been making the rounds these past few months.
Oh,
Season touches a degree mill in the bin, deciding not to steal it. Well, obviously deciding because not having enough installed cards. But
Babby has made the decision not to steal the green mill. And there we go. Now it's gone.
A rather wise decision, I would tend to think.
Yeah, it's only there momentarily. It's back into R&D now. Maximum value from that attitude adjustment. Yeah, it's turn 3 with 24 cards in R&D. This is just completely normal stuff from the Asmari, going all the way fast, pedal to the metal, as it were.
Yes,
But
want to be ripping through that deck as fast as possible to assemble your kill combo or present the threat of it, presenting that walk between a kill using re-education combined with either Jupstad Grid or Neurospike, and the runner does manage to defuse it. It's backed up with the threat of punitive counter-strike.
Yeah. Pikai will need more than just a single piece of ice to defend server 1, especially against this Banha that Benny's managed to find on, I believe, turn 1. Turn 1 was the Banha install. So still a lot of work ahead. Healthy credit pool and already getting, I believe, this is the second Asmari trigger that we've got in this game. I'm assuming that we've been calling events from the start. A few things to take off here. Yeah, go ahead.
So we do see more Kobe in the bin out of the Hashiko, indicating that this is less likely to be a crew charm style of deck. More kind of a Reg Hosh will likely be seeing twinning.
And like that. Double ice install. That's aggressive. I assume we will be seeing a gem of something into this remote. There we go.
There it is.
Knows what's up. Yeah, but I think we touched on something quite interesting there, like especially for many playing against most Hoshikas. Oh, re-education. There it is.
Yep.
That's the
touches it.
Of the offending card, and the other offending card
sees the punitive counter-strike in the headquarters.
But yeah, I think as a corporation player playing against like an unknown Hoshiko opponent in like the round 1 of a large event, I think it's like figuring out what kind of Hoshiko that you're playing against, especially in like the early turns. It really can inform like the approach you take to the matchup.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, and in this case, knowing that you don't need to care about cards like, I think a notable example would be like a Mount style list would be playing a bunch of imps, which means that you would need to guard your HQ, for example, to keep combo pieces from getting knocked out.
And then here we go. We've got a double advance on the re-education and an install, which this is threatening the potential kill combo if that's a Jupstad Grid.
And so Jupstad Grid would do it, and Hollow Man Neurospike is also another popular combination which has been seen in previous weeks. Did you play against any Asmari yesterday at APEC?
No, I was. There wasn't. I think there were only a couple of them, I believe. I don't have the magnet res to eat up
there
that
was some amount
banker.
of Asmari, the exact numbers.
Yes, I have the Americas. Yep, and that wraparound will bounce Femi out. It's not unreasonable trying to run there. If that's a lot of big chunky ice, it might bring Kikai down.
I think, forcing reses and Banha specifically forcing a double res.
Yes.
Could put Kikai underneath any kill combination threshold, but 14 credits probably is enough to do whatever he needs to do.
But there we
Whether
go.
or not he
Does
actually
keep
has
that
it is a different story.
drawing? Yes, if it's a hollow man, there's still potential if we're drawing for the
A neurospike.
neurospike one.
And of course, we do know that if this was a jump start grid in server one, the game would already be over. So we can probably
Yes.
infer that it's not a jump start, and more likely, a hollow man or potentially some other utility upgrade like a
Upgrade.
Mavari.
Yeah.
Bemi, getting off scot-free. Well, scot-free is a strong word, but surviving another turn. A boomerang.
Right, and here we go. Boomerang. This is the tool that this style of push deck is going to be relying on to contest
And
the
rotor
big
turret. Okay.
rotor turret.
That's one of the few end the run sentries that's commonly available. I understand from like talking to some of the Asmari players in previous weeks and months that this was meant to be like oh my god, a naked Rashida.
And a Rashida out on the table.
Wow. How is it that Asmari players keep on getting away with this stuff?
Yeah.
It's like unreal. It's crazy.
The psychological pressure of digging even deeper looking for it, and it looks like he has found it.
Yeah, it looks like we have it.
Plenty of cards in hand to
finally
bottom
found.
here. Just make sure we choose exactly the correct number. Don't overdo it. There we go.
5 is the correct number, and there we go.
Also, don't shuffle the neurospike in.
Yeah. Do not do that. Oh, I think it was. Kikai had to draw, what was it, 7, 8, 9 cards before he found the neurospike. That's not a normal number of cards to be drawing. Although, truth be told, Asmari does not draw a normal number of cards even in a normal game.
Yes, it's absolutely just going all in on getting that combo. And sometimes you get to the point where you somehow can't assemble it fast enough, and then it tends to all fall apart.
And this is what Asmari does to run sometimes, yeah. Right.
Righty.
All right, we've got an obligatory Asmari game out of the way. Monday, any recommendations or requests?
I am checking in on table 5 right now. Sorry, just waiting.
I do have all of the pods pulled up now for comparing the ID spread. Only 3 Asmaris out of 24 at APAC. You were seeing 8 of 52 here at EMEA, so that's do some maths again.
I think comparing the demographic spread like across regions is going to be like a fascinating exercise, and I don't doubt that Kika himself, one of the protagonists of our previous
EMEA being home to EA Sports, I think of the pioneers of this style of Asmari deck. Shouldn't be surprised to see it a bit more popular.
Asmari enjoyers.
All right.
Yes.
We've got our confirmation. We can hop into table 5.
All right, let's do this thing. Still plenty of jumping in and immediately hit with the zoom out. Let's do this.
We go NEH.
Essence 32. And,
looking at likely another kill combo deck here out of the NEH. Got Fly on the Wall and Degree Mill stolen currently for Essence. They lot of remotes
Yes, some
sitting out there currently.
good number of remotes. What turn is this anyway? It's turn 5. We've gone up to server 12 really. This is, well, it's kind of rookie numbers by NEH standards. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Vera Ivanova Shuskaya. This is not a card we often see in NEH builds or elsewhere. Of course, as you pointed out, indicative of a probably a kill combination.
Yes.
And
Yes, I saw that. Bit of tech out of an NEH yesterday as well. It's a it's an interesting choice because it lets you do something like score a fly on the wall, which this deck often wants to do
speaking
with a
of
Hollow
interesting,
Man
we have
before
a
going
very
into
interesting, interesting
a gaslight into
blueprint
Enter the Line.
of this gaslight.
This is yeah.
I mean,
This will
given
be
that
yeah.
headline, okay, going to give a tag and assume this is going to be a wage workers end of the line. This is not going to be lethal by any means. And ow, whoa.
Yes.
Oh wait, it is lethal. Hold up.
Yes,
Wait,
Vera
Vera?
trashes. Yeah, Vera acts as your additional point of damage, like a mindscaping, or lets you see the hand, see if there's a steel skin
That
or
makes a
something
lot
in
of
some kind of
sense.
matchup, clear it out of the way for a future
Yeah.
kill, something like that. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that makes
It is
sense.
effectively
And
an extra
given that
point
you're
of
running,
damage.
yeah, you're running fly on the wall, so the intention is to get this kind of score into flatline combo. That makes a lot of sense.
Yes. It's,
Oh,
yeah, it is a
we could
bit of
see
a race there. Mercury probably a fairly decent option for just hammering centrals, hoping to dig out those agendas before NEH can assemble the combo. But
and did get to 4 agenda points
yes,
in those 5 turns. So was like on its way there, so to speak. But of course didn't get there enough and ran out of resources. We saw zero credits at the end, right before the gaslight end of the line was assembled.
yeah, it's very taxing on credits and clicks to try and stay on top of the table with this kind of NEH.
Oh, apologies. Looks like we have some activity in the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat, but the restream chat. There we go. But yeah, how many turns was this? This was, I believe, a turn 6 flatline by Essence 32, and I believe we are going into another one as we speak.
Yep. This one's Bazerton versus Boachu.
Oh,
Pull back the curtain.
That sounds like a fun one.
And we are still pretty early on in the game here.
Bazerton games always extremely fun to watch. This one looks to be on Swift Deep Dive Sable. We've seen one in the heap already. Though it looks to have been trashed. That's kind of probably part of the damage from this Azef protocol, I guess, given that there's been no points stolen. Speaking of points, Amendment Domain has entered the top score area with I assume soon to be an archer coming out.
Yes,
On one of these.
would be onto the remote.
Yep.
I think basically echoing what we're all thinking right now.
Yes.
We're looking at some cards here that are not normally seen in Sable decks, or I mean, just most standard decks in general. Verbal plasticity and packaging. What that's about?
Often you see as your draw option out of Sable deck something like Dr. Nuka, so wondering if that's indicating an influence spend somewhere else with its
Yeah, probably.
where
That's probably indicative
it could
of
be going a
playing
triple deep
more.
dive
Yeah,
setup
more deep dive.
potentially.
Right. Okay, based on getting that click back of the Sable ID and double
Other back
packaging,
stitching
double
coming
chest.
out.
Very good. We still don't have a fractal access currently, so getting another dive off is going to be tricky unless there's
unless the mark rolls onto
uh,
HQ, yes.
exactly. And given that all these back stitchings are out and Boaju knows about them, I think it's reasonable to it's a reasonable call to make for him to put this archer on the remote as opposed to
Yes,
one of these centrals.
I was going to say when he pulled it out, that's probably indicating looking to jam out somewhat aggressively in the next few turns, because
And another
you might
install
not
here.
necessarily be expecting multiple back stitchings, so
That's very true.
against a deep dive deck, it would be reasonable to put a nice big chunky piece of ice onto a central.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, info bounty hits the board. This is getting even more run value from
The mark is R&D this turn.
face time guaranteed to be border control. Is that true? No, possibly. We'll have to see. Wow, this is going to be a lot of value off of this R&D run. 3 credits off the laundry, 2 of bounty, paid for by Chesby, and of course our access. We will not be getting a dive this turn because of the click draw, click install, but still, Basin is going to touch some cards. No action. Yeah, and at some point, he's gonna need to find this group, right? And it's challenging server 4.
Challenging the remote. No, Sneaky Rashida's sneaking through today. Oh, a Mavericks.
And
Popping
Fire.
that.
And Arella. Okay.
And Arella Salvatore.
So we have seen this style of op before, most notably championed by, I think it's Progenitor, B Blum or Benvelopment, whichever you wish to use.
Another
and
top 10 qualifier. Shout outs to Beblum.
Scoring out.
Looks like
probably an
another
Azef
protocol, judging by the boss.
Yes, choosing what to trash here.
We could pop a sandstone on one of these servers to fetch a Tucana and get like a whole bunch of ice.
Yes, that is a nice little combo. You fetch the Tucana in before the score actually happens.
Yeah. And assuming this is an SF, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Trashing the tithe.
Assuming this is an SF. Yeah,
Rashida.
Rashida. Interesting. Inside job and deep dive is the meat
deep dive.
This is the second deep dive to get hit out of hand. That's very problematic for Baserton. And another install. Yeah. And I mean, I think the scary thing for Baserton is Boaju being on 5 points now can just close the game out with an audacity play.
Yeah, this threatens this is any agenda in the deck. It is now scoreable on the next turn.
Yeah. The mark is HQ though, which is relevant for any kind of credit denial play that Baserton might want. Diversion of funds. Do we have any left?
We don't see any in the heap, potentially indicating.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a non-bow with the deep dive plan.
Yeah, so this is going to be extremely problematic for Baserton. Okay, jailbreak. That's
jailbreak.
Start, right? You get your click back.
Yes, if there's if there's a deep dive, this is definitely potentially still in the game for Baserton.
Regolith.
You crash
this, you might as well. I mean, if you if the dive whips and you want to go back, not like you're hurting for creds.
And a seamless
Nope.
launch.
There was a seamless launch as the second axis. Running R&D.
Oh.
Oh, no. Interesting. Yeah, where is the crew pure? Asking in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I think no one knows, and I think Baserton also doesn't really know what's happening. It might be one of those last 4 cards left, and that would be pretty tragic. All right, so we have this M dog.
Yeah, stealing an eminent.
That's okay, but not really what
Yes.
you need to see.
Perhaps
I
unless
guess
we can see
there is a
double
way to-
SDS out of
Yeah,
R&D with a potential
that
deep dive.
could be the only play available. I mean, 2 SDS top 8, basically just calling it out. And
Just call your shot. Just call your shot.
Oh, no! Wait, what a cold shot. Oh, Fabio
This
does
is-
it again. What
It's
in the...
very good for, very well done by Baston. Finding the out,
that's one
seeing the
way-
line,
yeah.
calling the shot. That's how you do it. Just manifest the accesses you want to see.
That is one way to start a CBI campaign, I tell you what. What a game. Oh, Fabio does it again. What a champion.
Yes.
I mean,
Like Baston
I
says, dead to rights on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's like either an agenda in the remote or the Arella, the Audacity combo ready to go. Wait, Trojan horse, wait.
Oh, sounds like there was a Trojan horse sweep potentially.
Oh, yeah, there is a Kruger in the bin. That's not great. It got shuffled a bit by one of the spins. That makes a lot of sense.
Ah, yes.
All right. Now what are we looking at for time left in a round? 60 minutes. Wow, we are blazing through this stuff, huh?
Yes.
All right, Monday. Where we going next?
Sorry, I'm a little awestruck right now. I'm trying to catch my bearings. Let's see what else we got. See, all you gotta do, you just gotta thank the deck, right? You gotta say what you need, and then you gotta thank it. Hey, 2 SDS in the top 8. Thank you.
Yeah.
Easy
You
as that.
miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
On table 8, we've got two decks we haven't seen yet. BD and Flat. It's a possibility.
PD is still going, huh? Right. Let's see.
Land and Precision Design, PD with 5 representatives today, lab with 8. But I do want to talk a little bit about the PD numbers, given that I think today in the EMEA pod is the only one of the 3 pods that we've seen PD outnumber its HB counterpart as a group in terms of
Yes.
quantity of representatives. And that's an interesting statistic that I'm not sure what to make of, given that PD wasn't like the best performing HB identity already at Worlds even. And since then, I
losing
feel like
Luminal.
Yeah, luminal transubstantiation, the ban, of course, hitting both IDs, and I think it's arguable which ID got the most benefit out of it.
We've got
I would
go ahead on for Watsel versus Zombiak here.
All right, what's that?
Personally, I'd argue that it hurts PD somewhat more than ARSA group. Because ARSA, you generally run a couple more kind of tools that let you score out those 4-2s. Like, it's rare to see a wage workers out of PD, for
Yeah.
example.
Fair enough.
But here we see this PD on Midnight Breeze. A YDL and a red level in the bin, possibly indicating one of the Shoot the Moon variants.
And we do see a big deal that's in archives as well. Most
Yes.
likely crashed out of somewhere by this bio-intrepid net player. And a DJ Sable. Okay. This is something we've been seeing a little bit more often recently. It used to be just like all Steve all the time, but I think players, in the final months of DJ Fenris's legality are starting to learn how to use other identities on this card. Yeah, running HQ, which is the nut for the turn. So Euler going to make short work of this gatekeeper.
Gives you another option for that. That extra deep dive click, and we haven't seen any deep dive out so far.
Absolutely.
Spin Doctor Res here, potentially indicating trying
that's
to
a sign
pad
of weakness if I ever
HQ.
saw one.
Yes. Just accessing a magnet.
Just a magnet. Still 3 clicks left. Click 1 was a click for Mentor. We still can get a single dive off if we wanted, although not ideal against HB in general. You do really want that last click. Even if not for the second agenda access, but more so just to be able to steal a Ikawa project in the first place. Tatu Bola.
Yes.
All right, this server is a known quantity to break.
A run event still does get you that extra click back as well.
Oh, that is true. We have not played a run
You
event.
could have the 6-click turn.
It would be so. This is a credit perfect run R&D into deep dive. Zombiak. Possibly, I mean, this could even be like it's even better if we have a Dirty Laundry archives to finish off the centrals with.
Yes.
But no, all 3 laundries in archives already, unfortunately. So how much was this? These 2 centrals were 2 credits on the gatekeeper, and now we know 3 credits on R&D. I'm wondering though, Zombiak did have the option to run this server 1 remote this turn, but chose not to in favor of going for what we assume is this deep dive, of course. And we'll see if that pays off. 15 cards.
Yes, we see we've got two seamless launches in the bin, so it's not threatening a double seamless score out here. So potentially Zombiak's feeling all right about leaving the remote alone.
We've seen another spin pop. There we go. Big deal and white. Very good. No pop. I suppose there were no face downs in archives that needed to be saved anyway. But this is a R&D run, not an archives run. I got ahead of myself a little bit. So big deal and YDL shuffles as opposed to seamless indicate that that's kind of the direction that Waslav wants to continue taking this game. And yep, there is the click 3 run archives. That's probably indicative of a last click deep dive. This will be Zombiak's last 2 credits though, so this is forfeiting any ability to contest the remote for the foreseeable future.
It's going down to 0 credits, 0 clicks, so not stealing an Ikua either.
Unless that's been, but yeah, what's I'm saying, no actions. So just pushing this inside one.
There we go, there's the deep dive. No. And that's a big whiff.
It's not great. Avert your eyes, friendos.
Unfortunately, the opposite the deep dive we saw before. This is why deep dive is
Yeah.
fair and balanced card. This is what happens when I deep dive.
I think Basin probably stole all of
Yeah, stole
Devil's
everyone's
Okay.
deep dive luck.
I honestly, I've played a lot of deep dives, and had a lot of deep dives played against me. I don't think I've ever had a 6-point deep dive, or at least not in a very long time. And
Yes, that spin res earlier was indicating there's potentially a couple of agendas in HQ, and potentially that shuffle back of the big deal indicating there's might be a Nicola hanging out in there. And here we go, we get an install advance in the remote.
The world's most brazen install advance.
Yes.
You know you're in trouble when PD isn't waiting for the seamless to show up. Okay, Marcus R&D and Zombek is in definitely a massive pickle here.
Yes, tapped out on all the resources on that last turn. Going to be very hard
there's a Tatu Bola. What was so there was at least a Tatu Bola and the magnet was accessed in hand, possibly on the remote now.
So the Tattoo Bowler was on R&D, so the magnet might have gone on to.
Yes, correct.
R&D.
Yes, that's what I mean. I'm not remote, of course.
Yes. So there's at least one piece of ice in hand. Do you think probably HQ is your hope here?
You just kind of just try and pray that Waslav has drawn a bunch of agendas with that spin pop and mandatory draw. Even then, Euler is kind of decent. They can do gatekeeper, but it's no buzzsaw, right? The two credits to pop. To pop a gatekeeper is not amazing, and Mark being on R&D HQ is not helping.
It'd be very hard to get more than one access on HQ this turn.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to be credit, and probably run HQ. Unless there's something.
Dirty laundry into archives gets you a potential second access, but we're just going for the HQ run.
Looks like we're popping the Euler, all right. So this is for gatekeeper breaking purposes.
Yeah.
So we will keep, I guess, second Ikawa credits.
2 credits for an Ikawa.
And here we go. Single access tattoo. Okay, we knew that was there. That's the classic curse of accessing Tattoo Bola.
Tattoo Bola is the real magnet. It attracts all the accesses.
5 minutes left in the round. By Aksu. Is it any coincidence, by the way, that the Tattoo Bola was accessed just as Aksu entered the lobby? I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking questions.
Is this some Aksu lore? Is he particularly notorious for this?
Okay, Gatekeeper is the res. So Waslav, this is technically not sufficient to keep Zombek out by himself, because Alistair is entry text and you just need to pump twice, I should say. No need to res, I think. Corey was well. That is the Ikawa call shot, but I think it's not going to matter. Waslav will still have sufficient credits to score out this last Ikawa project. Both players know what's up. Everybody involved is perfectly aware what face on card it is in server 1.
Yes, at this point you do kind of just have to hope somehow, although if you do think this is somehow not a Nikua, then you probably want to let it go and
Yeah, absolutely.
go back up. But yeah, touches Nikua.
There we go. And that in all
And
likelihood
that
is going to be the game.
will be
Turn,
GG.
turn 10. Oh, the offensive GG by Waslav Dan. I haven't seen that in a bit. Yeah, of course, it was the Ikawa project. And jump back to 0 credits, 0 cards. And well played to both players.
Yes.
Time taken 37 minutes. 10 turns, very nice and clean by the PD. I did check out, and there was the same YDL that was shuffled back was played twice in that game, once for 7 credits and the second time for 11. Some pretty respectable
Very
numbers on that
nice.
one,
Yes.
courtesy of Midnight 3. All right.
Even if nothing else happens in a game, if you get a big YDL off, it feels like a victory. Just rolling in cash.
Absolutely.
That's what you're there to do as a corp. You're there to make money.
Absolutely. Just roll the dough. Looks like we got.
All right, Monday, where are we at now? We're gonna go in some
Only
more
gotta-
stuff, go in some more games, or we want to just hang out and take a look at some numbers on the for the round, I should say.
Well, I mean, we got a couple minutes left. There's still 4 tables going. 3 tables going.
As we speak.
Let's see what do we still have? BTL versus Sable.
That sounds like a
NEH.
matchup that would go to time.
PE versus Sable is still going. Real. I guess just pop in here and see if they're able to show us anything. And yes, since we got a couple minutes left, we got to really, if at all possible,
Almost
Just
wrapped up
checking.
for this round.
Oh, time in the round. Okay, we'll be seeing it either way. But this game is ending either way, I should say.
Yes.
And I assume this is going to be the last game of the round, if not one of the last. Can't imagine many games are going longer than BTL games on average. And not this is not a slight on BTL players or the ID in general, just an observation. But yeah, it looks like that is going to be game.
Oh, and there we go. It's time on not yet his turn, and there was a clearinghouse hiding out
Yeah, with
in the remote there.
only 5 counters, not normally
Yeah,
flatline
5.
before, but
Yeah.
not yet. It only had 3-4 cards left total
Yes,
between.
spending those last 2 clicks to take credits. But there was only 1 card left in the stack, so it was if it was a clearinghouse, it was going to kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think leaving it at 5 advancement and not scoring a 5-3
Yes,
agenda,
it's
I think is very telling.
Yes. Unless it's a massive biovolt.
Oh,
The biggest
world's
bluff
biggest
ever.
platform.
I am going to end this run so hard.
All right. It looks like all our results are in for the round, so looks like we'll be proceeding shortly. Yeah, Yeah, round has ended according to our intrepid judge for today, Aksu. Shout out to our judge team, of course, for today and as for the last two pods. I believe they were Crawl, Radiant, and now Aksu being our head judges for the weekend. So shout out to them and as well as the rest of the NSG team working behind the scenes. And well, we're off to the races. That saying doesn't make sense. We have round 2 already. The races have already started. But yeah, round 2 has started. has been paired.
Yes, we'll be
3 minutes to get to
heading
table.
straight into the next round. Total of 8 rounds, I believe it was today.
Correct.
Yeah. So
There will be a
for
break after
break.
rounds 3 and 6.
So for half an hour each, or we assume half an hour each, and well, at some point, our intrepid commentators will be leaving you and being replaced by some other fine folk. The identities of which will be revealed at a later time, unfortunately. But yeah, what do we got for this round? Looks like a lot of orb, corp side.
Yep, we've got we've
Looks
got
like
an Earth station on table 7.
Earth station. All right.
Yeah, from that might be an interesting one. We've also got some PE, some ag, all IDs we haven't checked in on so far.
Earth Station. Earth Station. Earth Station.
Yeah, it's
Earth station.
a little bit out there.
Earth
Sounds
station in
like
the
a
tournament.
fun
Let's
pick.
hit it. Honestly,
Strictly speaking,
when
we already
I-
streamed Minstrel once, but that was for 1.5
Momentarily.
turn.
Yeah,
For a turn and a start of turn.
Honestly, when I started today, I did not have Jinteki PE beating up both major HB identities attendance wise on my bingo card. Is there something up with that? What's up with the EMEA region? What's in the water? Why?
Well, I think PE is still a very solid choice. It didn't really lose anything. It didn't lose anything in the latest ban list. It came second at Worlds. It's still a very solid option.
Yeah, all valid points, and I think another valid point is the fact that a lot of these identities, PE included, will be rotating out in a few months' time with elevation. So
True.
people playing them while we can. That's basically the entire NBN contingent today with the 9 NEH, 8 Asmari. Not explaining the 11 ops though. I'll just say that.
Yes. Well. Yeah. EMEA, home to the Circuit Breaker, a big OB proponent. So there are a few quite a few notable OB players in Europe, I think. Although I think a couple of them showed up to APAC.
Absolutely,
to
Man
the
in the
APAC
Moon,
pod.
one of the greatest to ever do it. Most notable achievement, winning Intercontinentals 2023 with his op list in part, and that's the reason we have that wonderfully fetching twinning odd art that we have today. But okay, here we go. Earth Station into lab. Minstrel, of course, playing the Glacier Beetle that we saw momentarily at the end of round 1. Now, I dare say, might be getting a taste of his own medicine.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think we can dispute, right, that Earth Station and BTL are the top 2 in terms of Wayland Glacier identities. I mean, maybe some venti, but I don't think that counts.
Yes, we'll see if this is probably more likely than not, I would imagine, to be another deep dive deck. Lat having lost its other big win condition event.
Mm-hmm.
Being trick shot. Trick shot would definitely be I'm sure appreciated in this matchup as well.
Yeah, definitely.
What doesn't trick shot do?
The trick shot ban really was the biggest nerf to Earth Station, if I'm being real.
Oh, because of the fact that you can't use the trick shot credits to pay for the ID.
Exactly, hard counter. Cards, trick shot, trash. Why is it even banned? Doesn't even need to be. Earth Station counters it.
Wait. Okay, yeah, I see it.
Just play the specific ID. What's up, Jai?
Yeah. I was just thinking that
archives as well.
Archives and playing around Sneak Door Beta, I guess.
Yeah, Max looking to take it real slow here from the themes of it.
Yeah, and wheels.
There we go.
Okay. And just just chilling, getting his let draw turn on turn, letting the fermenter cook. Possibly the most important card in the matchup. If I want to think out loud here.
You want that big pile of cash to help bust those remotes. Oh, there we go. SMC coming out.
SMC overclock.
Going for HQ.
Want to get that flip. Varos is the res. Big chunky ice here. No counters on it, of course.
It's a bit of a significant investment here in this res from Spowax.
Yeah, and I mean, I assume we're gonna see a pop for Propeller here. Cleaver is probably too prohibitively expensive here. There we go. Propeller is the install of the SMC.
That's how you want to deal with those big barriers.
And fully breaking Faros, we'll get the flip back and an access on HQ. SDS. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, Propeller's done its job. You can go away now. Thank you. I'll have that 3 points. And running
here
the
we
remote.
go. Minstrel, challenging the remote. Sparks having dipped down in credits. Oh,
I mean, with that simul-chip, it's very likely that Minstrel will be able to. Yeah, I suppose. Okay. Asking about using hand instead of taking the click run. Okay, there we go. Click back on wheels, and we'll see if Sparkles wants to res on this remote. Wax, my apologies. I assume this is a Polish name, but I'm not sure.
It does look, I think Spavash is how it would be pronounced.
Spavash, would make sense.
Spavash, excellent. Alright, so no action, and we will just, okay, it is just an NGO front.
An NGO.
And clicking for telework and credit, getting the let draw, maximum efficiency off of this net. Secure and protect. Oh my. This goes on. Oh, doo-doo. Okay, we are doo-doo gaming, looks like.
Yeah.
Interesting. But
I wonder if that's indicative of, are we just building up some big piles of chunky ice, or are we doing some red planet couriers? Do we think?
Oh, that's
always a fun.
Yeah. Big Atlas always fun to see. Revolver install. Yeah, I do think it's interesting that Minstrel has opted to continue playing this kind of event-focused LED style even after the trickshot ban. We have seen like some other non-deep dive, non-swift / Anikam variants pop up or rise in popularity slightly over the past 1 month-ish since the ban was announced and went into effect. I think notably that kind of ASAP's pawn shop econ engine that uses Muse and Coalescence to generate, quite frankly, a lot more money than the trick-shot versions ever did.
Yes, it's got a much longer tail than the very aggressive event-based lat. And you'd often see a similar-ish kind of engine previously out of Arasana decks.
But it doesn't look like that's
going
what
on to
Minstrel's opted
HQ.
for. Yeah. More than likely a Crimson Queen, but who knows? A math hop at this point would be very inconvenient for Minstrel. Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, Minstrel's still sitting on quite a healthy credit total for the moment.
How far do you push this
Although
fermenter?
losing, yeah, I would have been clicking it click 1 up here if I'm honest. 10 credits is hard to pass up, but there we go.
There it is.
Then we get
fermenter. Well,
a
hold up,
new
we played 2
fermenter.
fermenters in the deck. What in the? Okay. So
Using the
that's a
pop to
lot of econ
pull
again.
out the
And it looks like
SMC
this is an
with
Anacam version, not Swift. Very good.
Yeah.
Install in
Okay.
1. Advance, double advance. Okay. Of course, Pavax is perfectly aware that Minstrel on this very healthy credit total is able to just pay through the Earth
Yes.
Station tax.
SMC.
Check what's this in server 1.
Yeah, locked and
Yeah.
loaded. So threatening, or probably signaling another NGO, but of course could just be using that to try and sneak something through. Who knows?
Yeah. Second NGO is of course very likely at this point. But I mean, if you want to push a cheeky Basalt Spire or whatever, I mean that would be pretty sick on stream, no less. In the CBI.
And there we go, using the
choosing not to
Anacam
wheel,
to check
just
it.
block.
Yep, gets your card out of your Anacam, lets you use up the credits on the SMC, even if there's no res here. And there is a res on the logjam.
3 counters, not the biggest logjam res ever. And this will
Propeller.
fetch Cleaver. Oh, that's a very clean Cleaver. Cleaver install and break. And access more than likely, yeah, there we go. Second NGO front. I don't think this was unexpected from either player's end. But Spavax down to now back to only 10 credits. And all this ice is kind of expensive, and we are 2 NGOs down, 2 NGOs and 2 hedge funds down, and still like no indication of when the real game is going to start for him.
Yeah, paying 6 for a logjam, only 2 types in the bin is a bit weaker than you'd generally be hoping to get out of that. Bit of an investment. But with that Odadua ready to go, that logjam could grow as big as a forest.
Yeah, this is the first influence we've seen out of this Earth Station, I believe, and I mean, it makes sense to play just a bunch of econ in this deck which just wants to run a bunch of big eyes. Okay, Minstrel. We have seen this. We have seen the subliminal hit the bin already, so Minstrel incentivized to make some kind of value run every turn. Descent is the rest of archives.
Just a little cheeky descent. Oiler is the decoder.
A little bit of a misfire on the Oiler, pumping before encounter, but no. Wait, that is. Okay. Yeah, we did not need to pump.
Looks like a
Oiler.
potential misclick.
Yeah, that is a simple misclick. I think that's easily fixed. There we go. Anacam draw, and Minstrel will need to play 2 cards this turn in order to get his lab draw the discard was Pharos. Oh, sorry, the discard was a Pharos. Okay. And a second Dirty Laundry
Another
coming down.
dirty
This,
laundry.
of course, will be a free break because of Euler's entry text. And here comes Turbine. Okay, that's the basically full rig up for Minstrel. That's fairly fast in the grand scheme of this entire
Yes,
entire
it's going
game.
to be
This a bounce. Okay, we're
difficult
probably
for
seeing a
Spavach to push through against a descent, revealing Project Atlas from HQ to shuffle it back.
Project
Yes,
Atlas is interesting. And that tells us a little bit about like the scoring plan that Spavax has for the game. It's not just a like 3 SDS, 3 Basalt Spire. There
3
are 2 pointers
Basalt
in here.
and an Above the Law. It could be the one of 2-pointer, but generally you'd be expecting to see Above the Law in that slot. But Project Atlas is a reasonable
absolutely.
as well.
I mean, if you were playing like a 20-point op deck, or not op Wayland deck, let's say, right, with 6 3-pointers and a 2-pointer, would you play the Above the Law or a single Atlas?
Well, I think it depends a lot on what you're expecting to see as well, because a lot of people using Above the Law as a tech card against, the likes of Twinning, Bankar.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. The stone chip chart is to install,
and
if you're on
if you're on a Glacier plan, then being able to trash Bankar is quite a valuable effect. So I would generally be expecting probably Above the Law.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Spavax choosing to empty this reglyph instead of taking the purge. I think I would have been so tempted to purchase the no. This one is so juicy. I can't take it.
Yeah, it's a.
When are you gonna put this thing? I'm
It's
so
a
close.
7 credit swing on this turn rather than 10 credits denied from your opponent.
Absolutely. On tree line, okay.
Expending tree line.
Oh, the lock gem. Okay, we are not tree lining the Odudua.
Okay.
I think that that is the normal play.
Yeah, that's reasonable because those counters are going to be stranded on that Odudua, not doing anything until your opponent lets you res that ice.
Yeah, absolutely. Gamble, Simon Chip, yeah, Minstrel. Minstrel, I think, knows what's up and is just resolutely not entertaining any notions of running HQ until it's good and ready. So we assume this is going to be a Chrism grid on HQ.
Yes.
Which means that Minstrel will need to run at least twice to clear it. Maybe, I mean, we may see, like, for example, a Pinhole Archives to get the Archives run and then run HQ normally.
Yes. Or at this point, Minstrel might just be sitting pretty enough that they're happy to pay through the tax.
Yeah.
Hollow Man.
We are up to some sicko stuff here. Oh shit. Okay, Subliminal, there we go. And I guess we're gonna Hollow Man this Logjam, huh? That is gonna be
that is fun.
Yeah. This Logjam rest with 3 counters on it, wasn't it? Okay.
Just scoring out from the
we're not. Okay, we're not. We are just scoring. Very good. Above the Law or Atlas? What's it gonna be? Oh, don't tell me this. I mean, I hope this is not an Azef. That would be pretty bad to have to trash a card on this board. No action.
Yeah. Action.
And Above the Law, okay.
There we go.
Hitting the not the most impactful of ATL hits on this board. I am tempted
the wheels.
The wheels
denies a click for a potential deep dive.
Double dive, absolutely. Okay, Stone Chip.
This fermenter up to 7 counters now. That is
Yeah,
a spicy brew that's been cooking away.
It is cooking so hard. It is cooking so hard, Six. I can't take it. I mean, Minstrel clicks the fermenter, goes up to what? 41 credits.
41 credits.
I did that math. Okay. Oh, we are really not doing it, huh? Oh no.
Oh, don't keep us in suspense, miss. There it is.
Oh yeah, we did it. Ending the turn with 14 credits.
Delicious.
Okay, so I will say, okay, Holloman moving back onto HQ, being protected by the threat of that Odudua rest. Of course, it's not the end of the world if it's rest for like a single counter. It will take two encounters for it to pump the Pharaohs up to the magic number of 3.
Yes, there we go. Spavach installing in the remote. It's very and expending another tree line onto the log jam, and then
be careful who you bully in high school, friends.
Yeah, yeah. Started out as a little 3 strength. Now it's been hitting the gym. It's been working out with its friend tree line.
Oh, and there
here's the pinhole.
Yeah, I mean, so it's had it with all this.
Yeah,
more than likely going after this upgrade.
Get rid of the Chrysium grid.
And here we go. Overclock.
Here's the overclock.
So I think this technically doesn't preclude a run on the remote this turn, strictly speaking.
Yes, I guess it's going to be very hard for Spavach at this point to keep Minstrel out of the remote if they really want to get in there with this full rig. 40 credits, tons of money. Such as a descent in HQ.
The Cleaver Turbine going through the unadvanced Pharaohs.
And a Conjun bouncing into the Odudua, perhaps, getting even more counters.
That's very reasonable. Of course, it's never going to end the run into Euler Turbine.
Yes.
But okay, the side game. And I think we are seeing. I think this has like been done by some people in the past. Okay, border control. That is going to be very annoying. I assume if you're the cop, you pop it here and force the re-encounter on the Conjun. Oh, but wait, hold on.
Yep, there it is.
We won the side game. We won the side game. Hold on. That's a development.
Yes. Both players bid 1. Oh, and a Rashida sneaking through.
Okay.
That's restocking the hand, which is quite significant. With only the descent in hand, there wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Another flip. Probably
flipping back over.
And ice on R&D. This is going to be a 12 credit break for Cleaver on Logjam. That's extremely unpalatable.
Yes.
That being said, I think if you just run the remote, like and let's say you simul chip, you can simply simul chip the propeller, and that will get you to the Logjam for 3 credits once. And given that we've only used one simul chip this game, we can
one other simul chip. Oh, and there's the other one.
Discarding a storage chat room.
And second just taking the turn to build some resources back up. Subliminal messaging coming back though.
Okay, so here's the thing: if you're Minstrel and trying for a deep dive, which server do you go on first? I feel like on this board it's going to be R&D. Okay.
Yes, I think you want to do R&D just to check for any border controls before you commit to.
Controls. And then if you get Conjun bounce, you can just say, okay, fine, try again next turn.
Yes.
I would really like a Hush sometime around now, but
We've got a request to have a peek at archives on stream.
Archives.
Mondi,
Notably
a-
one Border Control, one Chrism, two Rashida,
Yep.
two
2
NGOs.
NGOs.
Stone Chip is to install.
Yeah,
So
so
the
we've
Stone Chip is
seen
probably not going to get that much value for the rest of the game, unless Minstrel is interested in getting
charges up a propeller or a revolver.
as correct as we discussed. Quetzal, one time, come on. Okay, Sable. Okay, that's
Sable.
that's reasonable. That's
Yes.
reasonable. I can't complain about that.
Yes, the thing is, a lot of these big barriers, they do have multiple end the run subs. So Quetzal ultimately not going to save you that much cash. Still have to boost up your
You would,
cleaver
yeah,
to
you
break
either need
something else.
to have a very fought tech boomerang in the list, which you don't
Yes.
expect out of
There we
out of
go.
that, obviously.
And we see the click
Yeah.
one run on from Minstrel on R&D, and it is in fact a border control.
Time to play some
And
side games.
another
Okay,
log
Logjam
jam.
is fine here. You still go through for 2 cuts for the moment.
With the turbine, this one is no problem.
It's Big Brother not so much, but that's a story for this Conjun encounter. All right. We game it.
Okay. And they match again.
2 for 2 on side game wins. On fire today. Okay, so wait. So no
And
pop
no
on the
pop
border.
on the
That's
border
very
control.
interesting.
But there's another border control on HQ.
There we go. I feel like this shouldn't be stopping Minstrel by any means, right? I think you have to force the border control pop here. Given that you've already won one side game this turn, I think you can't rely on rely on being able to do it next turn. So you have to take the run back and take the second Odudua fire, which is a little annoying, but what can you do? This will not get any accesses, unfortunately.
Yes, and the Odadua growing the other log jam, making smart decision makes it a much greater investment for the cleaver to break it on future turns.
And if you go back, Odudua is going to pump it to a strength. No, I don't think. I actually think
if you go back, Odadua
it might pump
pumps
the Pharos.
Yeah. Having a look at archives for the
Minstrel saying, okay, you can have this one.
Yeah.
And it's a wall to wall. All right. 16 cards left in R&D, by the way. 14 after this mandatory draw.
Yeah, so we have still only seen six influence.
Conjin, can't say it's Hollow Man.
Yes, the Conjin. Yeah.
So 9. I
9.
don't expect that you would have multiple of a unique ice. That's probably what the secure and protects are for.
Yes.
But yeah, it's tricky now, kind of. We have seen 2 border controls. This is last border control actually. So we know that there can't be any more on the remote. So in theory, Minstrel, if he wants to give up on the deep dive plan and thinks it's too difficult through this border control Conjin or Dudua setup, can pivot to this remote camping, and Swavat is not going to have a lot of time to push agendas on this board. Agenda density in R&D, as I like to say, is approaching 1.
Yes.
15 points left, 13 cards in the deck.
Only 2 in HQ. Another upgrade going down there. Could be another Chrism, could be another Hollow Man.
Checking influence for the left side, we've only seen one pinhole. Fermenter wheels is 6, build script 7, pinhole 8. DJ, revolver.
Revolver.
So we've got
We've
one influence unaccounted for. Might be another pinhole threading.
presumably.
That's relevant. Yeah.
This-
I hope it's not another build script. That would be pretty dead at this point of the game. All right, Conjin, how good is Minstrel at playing side games? Okay, not so lucky
finally
this time.
psyched out.
Are we? I assume we are going into this logjam. I don't think Sparmax can afford to farm more counters on this Odudu one.
Yeah, there we go. It goes into the logjam. Makes a lot of sense. This is a very taxing run now, and still have the border control locked and loaded. We had Minstrel sitting on 40 credits at one point, but it is actually getting to the point where this is money might start becoming an issue.
Oh, hold up! We are getting the propeller pump. Okay, this is kind of hype.
There it is.
This will force the border control pop. This is it's the last thing stopping deep dive from going off this turn, I think. Yeah, there we go. Border control 5. So this is the last border control. Minstrel, I think, not happy that he lost his side game, but all things
going to have
considered,
to defer the plan until next turn.
yeah, and it's not like Spavax is going anywhere, right? This the board is extremely stagnant at this moment. Oh, wall-to-wall bouncing.
It's called Glacier for a reason. It's not going anywhere fast.
That's true. Where it's going is into orbit of station.
Yeah, this log jam is getting tall enough to rival the beanstalk potentially. We're building a new space elevator out of wood.
It only makes sense. A beanstalk is a plant.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about it that way.
And another tree line.
Okay. How much is this to go through now?
So this is 11 strength minutes on this log jam, and that means propeller can no longer get through it. We chip it back.
Absolutely. Pinhole threading. Pinhole gagged. Good grief. What the?
Ooh. We found some influence.
Wait, this works, right? Yeah,
Yes.
This that's so rude. What the heck?
That's rude.
Okay. Good news, it wasn't a Crimson Grid. Bad news, we are clicking for credits again.
That's bad news. We now have a 10 strength Pharos to have to pay through as well.
Yeah.
And this is where that short tail that we were talking about with the event-based economies is. There we go. The Atlas in the remote scored out.
Yeah. I mean, I think Minstrel has been very judicious about clicking for credits as he's doing here. It may not end up being enough though. We are definitely in full lockout mode. Unfortunately.
Yes, potentially that propeller could have been cashed in with simulchip for another fermenter. Get a bit of money.
That's true.
Cooking.
Yeah. It does beg the question,
though. It might be a bit difficult at this point.
Yeah. How much is the simulchip worth? Or in terms of we are running the remote.
Well,
but
yes,
it can be worth a
here it's relevant because with this logjam still at the magic number of 10 means chipping back a propeller.
Sticks, I have a sinking feeling about this one, friend. I think this might be the wall-to-wall, and that would be bad. That would be really bad.
Yes.
Also,
And
Rashida.
it's a
Okay.
Rashida.
So no, wall-to-wall still in HQ, I think. Wow, this is a pretty stacked archive now. Yeah, all three Rashidas out. We see a ganked here. That's a 2 influence splash. So the second upgrade on HQ. I mean, we have to assume finally this is the other Christian grid, right? All right, just running archives to deny supplemental messaging. And okay,
Yep.
there we go.
Gets it for free with the archives mark from Sable. Wall back out. 8 cards in R&D now. And there we go, advancing that log jam up to the magic number 11. Propeller's not getting through that anymore.
Credit. Turn 22. Cool. Oh, didn't take the run. Oh, it looks like we are taking the run. Very good, Minstrel.
Yep.
Not
turning off that subliminal messaging
denying
again.
Yeah. So wall-to-wall going to continue firing. This logjam is going to need to get to strength 13 before it can lock out the propeller because of that stone chip chart room.
True.
Fun fact: I used that specific trick myself against Soccer's BTL at Worlds.
Yeah.
That was a nifty little thing.
Yes. And there we go. Spavach identifies that and keeps growing the log jam. Although with only 4 cards in R&D, it's going to be a bit hard to reach that breakpoint.
Do we have time though? Yeah, Minstrel.
If it's an install advance this turn, that's
okay.
Minstrel should still have enough resources currently for 1 run on the remote. Oh, and it's a Hollow Man.
Okay, interesting. I assume this is moving into the remote. Wall-to-wall credit. I don't know if we can draw on Swash though. I think we don't have time.
Yes, I think we advance the ice and we bounce if we're scoring here.
Yeah, you have to advance the ice, take a credit, bounce itself.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
13 breakpoint.
And moving in, I don't know if Splash has time to score 2 3/2s though, is the problem. It might have to be an Hollow Man like SDS never advance, and that's problematic because it leaves the agenda in there for 1 turn.
Yes, if that's the case though, you're probably not raising the Hollow Man this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will click advance this. Probably another Project Atlas. This would be pretty bad if it was a Azure protocol, but I don't expect that. What would be the rest of the agenda suite though? You see, we assume 3 Atlas above the law, 2 SDS.
So that puts us at what, 6, 12, 14?
Yeah, 14 points. Maybe we are playing like 3 SDS and 1 sender message. A clean 8 agendas. Splotch thinking about this last click though. Contemplating the advanced score probably. I don't expect this to be a 5-3 agenda, I don't think.
Yes.
And
hedge and we fund. Do just fire off the hedge fund. I wonder if was that. Do we think that was maybe a mid-turn pivot, or is this?
It's really tricky though. I mean, of course, I think he's been doing the math on the scoring 2 agendas over the number of turns it takes to before R&D empties. That being said, okay, this could be like a really well cooked NGO front. Although you may not have the time to cook it. If it's an NGO front, you don't hedge fund there, right? Because it gives you the money anyway. Again, Minstrel will be making this H grant this with all these hard-earned credits that's been clicking for the past 3 turns. Crisium Grid, sure.
There it is.
Access,
Crisium.
SDS, okay. That's very relevant. We just hit the propeller here.
Yeah.
Oh, not the,
no,
okay,
the
yeah.
echelon,
The,
because there is
yeah, the echelon.
no
No sentries.
no sentries on the board.
And no time to install
Haven't-
and res it. Oh, most
Yes.
likely. Oh, credit. Undo the credit. Okay, so I'm going back.
Going back for another
Yeah,
access.
and this time I think Mr. will commit the final the final cyber chip for the propeller. No, wait.
Well, you can't because
Yeah,
echelon
wait.
has been
that
been
is
trashed already.
Yeah. That's not good.
Yes, I was going to say if you are planning on running back, then you trash the propeller there. But this
Correct,
is
exactly.
and the cyber chip is popped, but yeah, you can't.
That is an oopsie. Yeah.
Oh, unfortunate.
The Twitch chat saying this is the worst day of Let's Life.
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna pull a Homer Simpson and say this is the worst day of Let's Life so far. He might still
So
lose
far.
this game. All right, clear tag.
Clearing the tag.
All right, so
Those that
so
don't
that's
want
it.
to lose.
The last time chip is down. Archives. Don't expect there to be a.
Yes, that one pivotal decision on what to trash there was big.
That might have ended up costing the game, and it's the third SDS.
And it was an SDS. That was
very good.
That was an interesting one. That
Definitely.
logjam ending up on 17 counters. That might be the biggest one I've ever seen.
I think it's my personal record as well. New personal best, as they say. The Holo Man BM in the Twitch. I mean, you could have just triple that budget like a normal person.
Yeah.
I think, at the end of a 25 turn game, we can allow a COD player some room to flex.
Yeah.
That I think is just about enough time in the round. How much time left? That was a 5-minute call a few turns back. So don't imagine
2 minutes. 2 minutes left in the round.
We won't have time to get into another one, unfortunately. But that certainly was a game, and I think that is our Earth Station quota met already.
So, Ag Infusion next round then, eh?
Absolutely. Send it.
Fine by me. It's nice being able to enter a game once and then 40 minutes later leave that game.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of Ag
makes your job easier.
Two Ag in a 50 play event. That's not normal.
Yeah, that was definitely lower than I would have been expecting. Yeah. I was definitely expecting a bit more of a resurgence of Ag in this meta. There were a good number at Americas tied for first place with 10. But yeah, generally overall a bit less than I would have expected.
I mean, having played APAC, which and now of course commentating on EMEA, which of the 3 pods would you think is like the most representative of the overall meta, as you would term it? Because it's one thing to say that PE is outnumbering HB, right? But at Americas, there was like a single PD, which is like way too far in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I think if we look at the Americas pod, that has, I think, a pretty reasonable cross section of what I would have expected. Looking at that one, we've got Arsa Group and Ag Infusion being the most popular, followed by Asmari, Ob. 4 outfits, which is a bit more than you necessarily expect, but and also NEH and PE, all kind of mainstays of the last.
The last few months.
Yeah. And then when it comes to runner side, today we've got well out in front Hashiko,
Hoshiko.
15 players, second most popular being Sable. I think that's probably about slightly more representative of my personal read on the meta runner side.
I think Hoshiko should be the front runner, although I don't know if I would have put Hoshiko as 30% of the field.
Yes, that's a bit high.
Even allowing for the
Hoshiko
fact that
going.
there are like multiple archetypes, of course.
Yes, we've got Crew, Ice Destruction, Hosh, and Regal's Hosh, as I suppose you'd. Yes.
Which I believe is what you played at APEC yesterday. Is that correct?
Yeah, going back to my old faithful.
Excellent. And
look, I took your advice to heart, Jai, of you need to play more reg decks. I still remember you made that comment to me at Worlds.
That's
I was
fair enough.
Slightly offended in the moment, perhaps, but no, it's sound advice.
And look where it's got you. You know.
Yeah.
Can't argue with the results. And yeah, and what about your corp actually? I don't think I saw any corp gameplay in the little that I was.
Yes, I was on Arsa, kind of a bit uninspired, honestly. You know. Nothing groundbreaking. Yes, look, it was very much based off of your own preferred style of Arsa. I don't know how you've been feeling about it personally lately with the loss of Luminal. It's like I think it's a not insignificant hit, but still, I think Lat losing or Trickshot going in particular, was Trickshot kind of ate Arsa alive a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely. I think no one is going to claim that the loss of Luminol doesn't matter, but as you say, the opposition got hurt more, arguably speaking, definitely speaking.
Yes.
And I think that's reflected in the ongoing HB popularity across this weekend, although possibly not at this particular event. I think having only 9 out of 53 players or 52 players on HB is definitely a little low, lower than what I was expecting.
Yeah, I'm not 100% familiar personally with what proportion of UK representation we have in the list here, but they are. The stereotype is that UK players are notoriously yellow-pilled, so that could be skewing our numbers here with 9 NEHs, 8 Asmaris.
So I am noting, the 8 Asmaris. I think at least half of them are UK players. At least eyeballing it, I unfortunately am not familiar with some of the names on this list.
Yeah, I did.
and of course it's NBN companion near Earth Hub. We of course the one band we haven't talked about on this last list, on the most recent list, was R plus, of course, and I don't doubt that there would have been more ambient representation if that ID hadn't been banned in that update. But how have you
Yes.
felt the loss of that ID at all in terms of your prep or your game, the games that you've played?
Well, personally, my feeling is that kind of a lot of the most popular R plus lists, at least kind of around the time of Worlds a few months ago now, was those kind of asset kill decks, which are very much still playable out of NEH. Because I played the NEH version at Crown of Servers at Worlds, and yeah, that went pretty well.
All right, y'all.
So
round 3 is started. I've chosen a table for us here.
Oh,
very good.
Oh, if we chose a table, all right, no problem then.
Sliding on into round 3 now. Go Christophus on Outfit versus the King on Hashiko. See an early cookbook and fermenter coming down out of Hashiko. I think that's a very strong signal here for what kind of Hashiko we can expect this to be. Some kind of mulch-like.
And I think as the core player, nobody wants to see an early cookbook, turn 1 cookbook, I should say, with a fermenter to boot. That's an extremely strong opening from the King. Got his Hoshiko flip on HQ, seeing a hedge fund, which hasn't quite gotten played yet, so we still know it's in hand. And another gem in server 1 after the turn 1 Rashida.
Yes. Strong economic start from the King, but not currently a way to challenge the remote.
Yeah, fine.
This
one is strong though.
Out.
Yeah. I think this versions of this class act mulch style started first showing up from the King, I believe, at UK Nationals last year, shortly after Worlds, and it did. I want to say it did fairly well. And Cobra Bubbles brought a version of this to the New Year Showdown just a few weeks ago, and placed very well with it too. I believe it was third, I want to say, a third or maybe fourth. Yeah. Definitely making it a cut and getting up there.
Definitely up there, yes.
Okay. Oh, we see a fermenter pop. We're not horsing around here like we were last game.
Oh, that's a pretty nice price. Hitting a steel skin. We've got a light fire, a buzzsaw, and a botulus.
Steel skin getting class act draw, by the way. That's value.
Yes, pitching your steel skins to an Audrey with class act out.
And I'm not sure how much of this you've seen or played, like class act like Largo Buffer Drive Anak, but I tell you, between class act and Buffer Drive, like the bottoming your cards multiple times per turn, that shit is hard, I tell you what.
Yeah.
And just keeping track of the locations and the order of your cards, and
yes, yeah,
lots get a
of
shuffle off. It is tricky, to say the least. Well, taking this time to think about this this price hit. We have chosen the cards to bottom of the steel skin, right? But yeah, Buzzsaw or Botulus, I believe, are the two major considerations. Buzzsaw notoriously not very good against Outfit's signature Code Gate Valentale, but
yes,
Botulus, Botulusing a bunch of face down ice. It is reasonable against Outfit mainstay ice, but you don't know where. Okay,
especially with a cookbook out to get through lets you get through a trebuchet, get through. Well, one gets you through a Valentine, but two gets you through with a much nicer economic hit, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see
Going
this
on
go
the
on the remote.
outermost ice on
Yeah.
the remote.
Of course, we don't really expect this to be a Banha list. So, and
There we go, Buffer and
my.
Largo coming out.
Yeah. So
Getting the engine set
gonna be a
up.
lot more card bottoming. Yeah, this is an extremely fast setup coming up from the king. But I was just gonna say, so we don't expect to see a Banha in this style of Hoshiko list. So putting the Bosphorus on outermost ice isn't as relevant. And Tucana Rest by Chris Drivers. Project Atlas.
There we go, Project Atlas coming out. Tucana lets you fetch out your bad pub ice, accelerate your game plan.
And this was an extremely cheap trebuchet rest. 6, 7, 8, 9, 6 credit trebuchet res, and you get 3 credits rebate off of the outfit ID.
Yes.
Good stuff all round. And of course, the ideal situation for Chris Drivers would be have a hostile takeover in hand, ready to follow up, and get another Tucana trigger, and possibly boosting them all the way up to 4 bad pub, the magic number.
The king has a very nice engine setup going, but Chris has the possibility to just rush out agendas even faster. But here we go, Audrey and Imp coming down.
Yeah. Well, this is
some kind of all the pieces coming together.
Yeah, what the hell? Okay, Enigma.
Magical Christmas
this is
land.
not going to be a problem. Bottoming a strike fund. We are going credit positive on this break. Very cool.
Yeah.
And
Enigma though is where you'd like that buzzsaw, but
absolutely under the bus. That definitely is getting aimed, I assume.
Yes, having the ability to get rid of Class Act or Largo and accelerate the bad pub. Yep, and there it goes.
Yep.
Charging up the Audrey as well is an important factor.
So anyone keeping track at home, that at the bottom of the deck currently is a strike fund. Shortly to be the second bottom card of the deck. Get your notepads out, I should say. Yeah. Okay, Chris, not having the instant hostile takeover response. Click one draw.
And second ice onto HQ, which is relevant. Only one Audrey, only one Audrey counter currently.
So the king will need to find some kind of entry solution here. I think very nice would be a simul chip to fetch that buzzsaw back, and you save that Audrey counter for the outermost HQ ice.
Yes.
Assuming, of course, that's the server that you want to pressure now. So we get Class Act draw on the Hoshiko start of the. That feels really good, I tell you what. And click one draw. We are digging for something. As you said,
there we go. Poking on R&D. Thimblerig here. Again, something. Buzzsaw's looking nicer and nicer here.
Yeah, absolutely tasty.
This is possibly this is probably the best value Thimblerig tax ever. I'd say taxing out an Audrey count is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say it's hard to. I don't think I've seen a lot of outfit boards where the only two installable like code gates were both in bus storage.
Yeah. and swapping the trebuchet onto R&D, so that'll just require a couple more card commitments to get through, and Imp trashing an Ancel off at the top of R&D.
That's a fairly interesting splash, although definitely not unheard of. Fun fact: just earlier today, I was playing a game on JNet, and someone tried to Ansel ganked loop me. Yeah,
tragic.
Yeah, I unfortunately had to pull out the rulebook on that one.
Yeah, had to pull out the GIF, except the GIF is now outdated.
Oh,
we need an updated GIF.
The Phoenix Wright
Yes.
GIF is incredible. All right, another hedge fund and another ice on R&D, not trusting that single trebuchet to hold up to Audrey, understandably. And we have a Keiko out for the king, so MU problems solved for the time being. Hoshiko class act draw. And I think we are just waiting for this Simon chip to come down, or at least some kind of gear check solution. Twinning
coming out.
And Paladin.
And a Paladin
okay, so
to go along with
that
it.
is getting the Keiko value for the turn and flipping back. Very good. So Chris does have a little bit of breathing room this turn, not having that HQ pressure. Choosing not to purge though.
It's digging here and jamming in the remote.
Yeah. So Lago Steelskin. Oh wow, that one's a doozy.
That is, yeah. That's some value.
So this is going to be
getting the off-turn class act trigger.
Yeah, draw 3, bottom 1, draw 1. That seems good value from a from a draw engine. Yeah. And so the king is going not getting Hoshiko triggers this turn. Paladin will trigger, of course, and I mean you have to imagine that we've filtered through probably almost 30 cards at this point. I have to think that he's found a Simon chip, and that will come down credit positive because of Keiko Paladin.
Yes. That does potentially give the ability to challenge the remote here.
Absolutely.
Can flicker an Audrey with that cookbook out.
Yeah. We will have to see what Chris has prepared in the root of this server. Maybe it's a defensive upgrade, maybe a virus. Not an
we've had an upgrade sitting around there for quite a while. Has definite potential to be a Mavericks.
Although you might imagine that if that mystery upgrade hanging out next to the Tucana was a Mav, Chris might have felt tempted to use it on the very first Imp Audrey install run on HQ. So odds of that are a little bit lower. Okay, we go click on price. Oh, there's the Simon chip.
And we find the Simon chip.
Very easy Simon chip install from this card.
Yes.
The question is what we're bottoming with the we're bottoming the what was that? Moshing looks
Moshing.
Like with the
bottom.
Buffer drive. Yeah. And
price moshing Largo Simon chip being the trash.
Yeah. And second Simon chip from hand. Okay. We are ready to go. And I expect this to be a remote challenge. Yeah, there we go. Click 3 is run the remote. And do we see a Simon chip pop for Buzzsaw here? Or are we waiting? No, it looks like we're just using Audrey, preserving the Simon chip for future use. All right.
There we go. My JNet has just caught up.
Botulus. This is a Mac. Ooh, that is rude. I suppose this is going to force the chip pop.
Force the chip for the magnet, for
Yeah.
Buzzsaw.
And conveniently, that this Botulus
Now
has
fodder.
outlived its usefulness. There we go. Using conveniently also the 2 bad publicity. 1 to install Buzzsaw with the 3 discount and 1 to break. Last ice now. And now we do have a Botulus in the heap for the second Simul chip. In the case of any emergency reses. But nope, looks like we're just going through. And no defensive upgrade reses, so we are sweeping the server. 3 credits on the king, so won't be able to trash like any particularly chunky things. If there are like 2 things, we can only imp 1. And let's see what happens here. Of course, if this is an agenda, Chris will get
and it's a gang.
A gang. Okay. Oh, a Thimble swap for the trebuchet. We didn't talk about that.
Yes. Yeah.
That is very, very cute. And this was the old card, I think, notably. The original card, the original upgrade in the remote. So what this
Yes,
what this new card is still a question mark. All right. King says thinking, understandably so. We could pop a chip on this for Botulus on this trebuchet. That would save.
Yeah,
looks
the like that's what we're doing.
Okay, so the question is, right? We double break. Do you access the Tucana or the next card first?
Yeah,
like what happens if this is another gang, you know?
Yeah. Yes, I think this is the correct order to get yourself an Audrey counter in case that is another.
I guess importantly, if you imp this, okay, you imp this. Okay, that is a Rashida. It's not an agenda. Okay, I think this is like the worst case scenario for Chris because I think he definitely would have wanted to get another ice on the board. With this buster finally getting installed,
yes, it seems like Chris has had potentially a bit of difficulty drawing the agenda that they are looking for because it's been a few turns now of
just
not
installing
being able to
ice,
score anything out. Yes.
Yeah, definitely it would have wanted this this Rashida to fire. And I guess the best card to play right now would be and funnily enough a Trojan horse, and you don't normally say this against mulch decks, right? But the king has gone to all this effort to double Simul chip and get the buzzsaw back and under the bus on the
under
Lago,
the bus.
I think very very heads up play. You don't often see this happening. And this, of course, is the second Lago, so the king will need to find a third in order to continue the value train. But so this does mean that if the king has access to more imp counters, either by installing a second one or some other method, centrals are quite soft this turn, given that there's Thimblerig and Enigma on R&D HQ. Not to mention that the twin is just sitting there. We just got it installed last turn. But it's good to go now. Okay, we are going clickless strike fund trash.
Clickless strike fund, trashing it to Audrey.
Install, very good. No longer scared
trebuchets. New Largo ready to go.
Oh, but not charging centrals. Okay.
Some moneying up a little bit here. That's
and credit is kind of interesting to me considering how Malt likes to have cards in hand to charge Audrey. Would have expected more draw. Chris
still drawing.
Definitely not
in
happy
front row.
about the third Lago coming down instantly, for sure. But okay, Botulus trash. We'll get a class act draw this turn.
Yeah,
Man,
that's
okay.
the power
Honestly,
of that.
this Lago class act thing is like
Yeah, it's
kind
been
of
going.
low-key way too good.
Yeah,
It's kind of
been
cool.
going wild.
Notably, Thimberg has gone back on server 1. This is currently a free server to run because of Basor Bad Pub. So Chris definitely needs to have some trick to pull.
Yeah, if this is another Tucana and an agenda potentially being willing to be given away, that has potential to get your fourth bad pub or your red cats.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of agendas, there's only 2 agenda points in score areas right now, and
Yes.
24 cards in R&D. That is getting a little bit spooky, especially with this twinning looming down. Of course, the king will need to decide. There's the third
our last Simul chip.
Yeah, and just going in on third mode. Of course, the king does have the option, and we haven't really talked about this yet, that if Tucana is a problem, if you're concerned about like Tucana feeding an agenda, like with a Tucana to get the fourth bad part, you always have the option to simul chip your imp back and imp the agenda directly, and then pick it up from archives later. If that's the kind of thing that you want to clear out.
Because the Tucana does need to be pre-resed, so King knows what order to.
I mean, if of course one of the system update 21 cards that will be leaving us with elevation releases.
Here we go.
I mean, it's an interesting consideration.
Yeah,
here we go. No res.
Just a breach. No res.
So no pop of the chip. So there are Tucana plays to be made. I suppose if Tucana was res, the king would have a window to chip in.
And a Tucana is accessed, but and it's another ganked.
I feel like if you're Chris, you just pop this now. I think you don't want to give an Audrey counter.
Yes.
You know? But okay, declines to use ganked. I suppose the king might not want to spend real credits on this, given that it's on only 7. So it's interesting. 2 ganked in the list is also.
And also, trashing your own ganked denies king the opportunity to trash it as well.
Mm-hmm.
-1 Audrey counter.
Yeah. Of course, I think he would have preferred to use an imp counter to get rid of the ganks, but such is life. He declined the option to chip it in pre-breach, and with no actions on the copy, it's just straight in. It's an interesting question though. Mount tangent, on a scale of Kakugo to Trickshot, how much are you going to miss imp when it rotates?
I'm not sure I like the framing of this question. You're implying I'm a trickshot enjoyer.
Are you not a trickshot?
Slander on my character.
You didn't play Shaper at Worlds. Okay, fine. You've gone up a little bit in my estimation today, Six.
Look, I feel like at least 2 tournaments we've had, the discussion of like, I feel like I was too cool for Trickshot, and possibly I shouldn't have thought that.
Fair enough. So Trickshot is on the Kakugo level for you. I assume that's what you're saying.
Well, the truth is, I never played in the meta where Kakugo was the worst, like in its worst position with potatoes and everything. But even then, I'm not sure I'd say Trickshot is as bad as Kakugo.
Fair
But to answer the original question, I quite like Imp. It's it is something of an OG card, and it does enable some pretty unique effects, especially with freedom going as well. That gets rid of a lot of our options for trashing things, which are usually non-trashables.
Yeah. I see TMKF Netrunner 0% going to miss Imp in the chat. Of course, the re-education player would say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we see another Imp installed, and the King going back to running HQ. Of course,
Charging it back on
we've
HQ.
already noted the doesn't really do anything on this board state, and
Twinning
we
locked
have
and loaded.
Popping these twinning counters.
You,
The 3 cards. Crimson Grid. Okay.
we can clear out
can
both
trap
HQ and
credits if we want.
still have a look at R&D if we like. Crisium
Border
border control.
I imagine he wants to imp this.
Yes, that would be a juicy imp target. And there it goes.
And Trojan Horse.
And Trojan Horse, yes. We
There
were
was a Trojan Horse
mentioning that one earlier.
Of course, nowhere near as good now, given the third time chip has already been found.
Yes.
Right, so if used, still 2 twinning counters. We can run R&D if we want. 1 unknown in HQ. If the King was interested in sweeping, he could do that. I don't necessarily see a reason to, though.
Yes, I think after these last few turns, it's reasonable for King to think that HQ is pretty dry.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a jam in Sub 1 with a third ice covering. This was over installing the magnet. Okay. But okay. Not choosing to challenge this remote push, just going R&D, getting the R&D lockdown. Trebuchet, Nautilus deals with that quite easily. And no
res on the other ice.
Yeah. And yep, 2 additional cards of the twinning. No action. And red cap. First red cap. Yeah, it is. And Rashida. Red cap is the second card, and Rashida the third. So 1 unknown on the top of the deck. Audrey up to 6 counters. Imagine Chris is thinking about purging at some point.
Yes, this is about to say.
Yeah. And I think it's a little interesting that that Chris has had multiple opportunities to rest Central's eyes, but declined to do so. Either in the face of the Audrey or the fact that possibly that these eyes isn't giving bad publicity on rest.
Yes, I think at this point, ice is having generally probably very little effect on actually preventing the accesses. It's just the fact that on that 4th bed pub and another Atlas snuck through in the remote. Okay, so we still have a game here.
Definitely. So top of R&D is fresh. The King does know 3 of the 4 cards in HU. What are they, by the way? We know Crimson Grid.
There was Trojan Horse.
And 1 unknown off the top of the deck.
Yes.
Might have been trashable, might not. Probably not trashable now that I think about it, but anything is trashable given sufficient application of imp counters. Yeah, so already fresh, which probably leads me to believe that he would prefer to spend this incoming twinning counter on an R&D run rather than HQ. But we'll see what the King decides on doing. Plunderbird saying Lago buffer drive feels so dishonorable. I don't know. I don't know if that's the word I would use to describe this combination, but definitely is a strong 2-card combo.
You're cheating that cost, that trash.
Yeah, if you're
It's like
playing the max card,
like getting away with something.
it really does. Right, it really does.
Right, and a new cookbook coming down just to charge the twinning with that paladin credit. Get some money off Kaiko as well. Credit positive.
Yeah, up to 11 credits on this on the runner side now. So I mean, we are a definite far cry away from like the early game with which outfit excels at generating credit leads very early on. But now we are approaching turn. This is what, turn 11. Turn 11.
Yes.
And the double access on R&D, locking the deck once again.
Yeah, it's going to be
At least
hard for
thinking
that.
about- yeah. Oh, we
Going to be
imp
hard
the
for that.
trebuchet.
Yes, an imp counter used on a trebuchet and spin doctor trash, meaning the top of
Yeah.
R&D is once again fresh, letting King
We
dig
can
even
just
deeper.
run back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Revolver breaks this for bad pub. Not all the bad pub, we actually have to spend a credit. And now it's a single access.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
saying that
actually.
makes the Trojan horse a lot more painful to use at this point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Chris, click one draw, breaking the R&D lock. 15 cards left in the deck, by the way. Still 14 points somewhere. Another install here. We haven't seen a second spin doctor yet.
Imp,
So this
Imp getting trashed off Largo. Do you? Okay, the king does put Imp back in the stack.
back in
to...
I suppose, given the fact that the main way you're getting your imp out of the bin is with Simulchip, and you have an imp out already.
Yes.
You might as well leave it.
Might as well put it back.
It
yes.
I hope everyone's keeping track of the bottom of the deck, by the way.
Yes, you will be quizzed on the contents of what's left in R&D at the end of this at the end of this game.
Yeah. I mean, I say that I wonder if like the strike fund that we talked about all the way when we first started talking about it is. I wonder where it is now. Honestly speaking, border control
on the remote.
Chris going down to 2 credits. That is not good.
That's probably indicating that this. No, there are no Rashidas left. So.
So I mean, it could be a second spin doctor. That's fairly likely.
We've only seen the one so far.
Thimble Rig swapping Trebuchet into another gang is a potential play as well, but at this board state, not the end of the world.
Swapping in a face down, and there it is. It is Spin Doctor.
Yeah. So I mean, the past maybe 4 turns or so, the king definitely has been tightening the screws on the outfit, and outside of like catastrophically missing a bunch of like centrals accesses, it's difficult to see how Chris Drivers gets itself out of this position. I want to say, given that we also haven't seen a 4th bad publicity, which I think is like the more egregious problem. Oh, Tatabola.
Yeah, Tatabola gives an option to bounce back on those credits.
Yeah. So going back up to 4 on this tattoo swap. Okay, well
King
that's just
choosing
brutal.
to
Come on now.
King choosing to let it fire to deny the credits. Going to check check those draws off of Spin Doctor. No twinning counter currently though, so.
Asking for takeback. This is I assume the takeback on the HQ run. Oh, it doesn't know that it doesn't know that, right?
This might have been a misclick from her.
Misclick on the This is slightly this, of course, as all responsible players should do when confronted with some kind of technical difficulty or disagreement with your opponent. Please do call a judge, and I assume one will be
Yes.
entering the room shortly. Oh, that's not.
Mm,
I wonder what the
oh, yeah.
I wonder what the dispute might have been about. It's possible that the king was okay to let Chris have the Tatu Bola trigger go off. 10 minutes in a round. So yeah, there we go. 35 minutes down. It'll be 5 minutes for everybody else. Of course, given that the king has been granted a 5-minute extension due to his oracle status, I do believe he's being oracled by Xiat today. Very nice fellow, and
Yes,
placed
thank you to Jart
well.
for volunteering the time.
Yeah.
There we go. And above the law from the single NHQ.
Still haven't triggered twinning this turn, I don't believe.
No.
No. I don't think there are many installables left in the deck. Notably Cleaver. I assume that this deck does have a Fractal. Trojan Horse is the access. Do we imp this?
Yep.
Yes.
Imps
All
it
right.
out, gets the Audrey counter.
So what the downside of that is, of course, no twinning charge this turn. But I suspect that just given enough single accesses, the king might be able to pull this out in short order. Chris Rivers on 0 credits now in an extremely rough position.
Yes, there were 2 big fails. Yeah, 1 2 big fail
yes.
spun back, I believe. And there are no others in the bin, so they were possibly looking for that to bounce back. But seems
I
like
think
in some rough draws.
Any kind of comeback for the Corp in this game is definitely going to have to start with too big to fail. But unfortunately, it looks like Chris hasn't drawn any of them since the spin shuffle. And I mean, in theory, I think it can still pull this out, given that only 1 red cap has been stolen. So it can probably just too big to fail into red cap, or even red cap into hostile takeover, which we've seen 0 of this game.
Yeah, so there is still a glimmer of hope here for our Corp player, but at 0 credits, it's pretty rough. There we go.
I think we all hope for Chris's sake that there is, or at least 1 too big to fail in this stack of 10, or 7 cards, 10 left in R&D.
Yes, that'd be very rough to have not drawn 1 at all. You have to imagine there's 3 in the deck.
Momentarily hovering a gank for the spin shuffle, but chooses border control hedge fund. All right. No access this time so far, so the king will be getting a Hoshiko flip back if no more runs get made. But no, just running HQ.
Yep. Checking those draws again.
Have to be piling up somewhere, given that this spin didn't pop for any face down cards.
Yep. Using the chip to flicker the imp.
Good book. Is it great?
He's a Crisium.
I am tempted to trash this, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
There we go.
And there's another red cap.
Access. Okay. Last card. This probably will be imped, unless it's another agenda. In which case it's game over anyway. Oh no, sorry, it was a single.
No, it was
access.
only
only a double access.
Only 2.
But it will be running back last. Okay. And red cap.
Finds the last red cap.
That's the game.
Yeah.
GG, and well played to both players.
Yes. Good game.
I think Chris had a pretty good start with like the of that.
Yeah, it was a strong start, and there was a there was a decent early window where it could have scored out if they'd actually managed to draw the agendas from the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But then, I mean, after that set of speed from the March, back end,
Yes.
anyone who's been playing for long enough back in like the March heyday, you know, with Nopkiri, etc., Norse. I mean, when it gets rolling, it gets rolling, and I think even as diminished form, we did see that here in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the king had control of R&D, of HQ, of the remote whenever he wanted at the end of the game there. So yeah, it was very much.
There was some moments where
yes,
Chris could have wrested back a tempo advantage, like with ganked into trebuchet, for example. But then having both Simul chips come down on the same turn, definitely like put a span in those plans.
Yes.
All right.
So most of our other games will be wrapping up.
Yeah, it looks like round just ended for everyone else. This game would have had 5 minutes extra, but it ended anyway.
Yeah.
So
then,
convenient.
once we've had all the results reported for this round, we can maybe have a quick look at our standings before we.
Before we cut to our break.
Yes.
So this was table 2, our one of the top tables for this round, and looks like most of our results, but not all of them. Yeah, still have a couple of games going, I do believe. Okay. All right. Wanda, any chance that we can toggle over to the standings just so we can look at them after the updates?
Yeah, just waiting for these last 2 more results to come in.
Yep, of course. So, how are all the corps doing this round?
I'm seeing a lot of NEHs taking it.
Yeah, that is
in this round.
NEH, one obligatory Asmari, second obligatory Asmari, NEH. Oh, yeah. NEH. Wait, hold on. Wait, Rotom Appliance is playing Net? Is this truly the death knell for precision design? This can't be right. It's fucking. I'm sorry for swearing, but it's so Jova. The sky is falling and so on and
this
so forth.
is. That's how you know PD was the real victim.
Yeah, PD was the real victim of the Luminor ban. Confirmed. Damn! Wow, that is shocking.
When even one of the great PD stalwarts, Rotom Appliance.
Yeah. So Rotom on NEH and Hoshiko today. The normally PD and Sable, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. If you close your eyes and asked for Rotom's IDs, I think you would have put money on PD.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lost that money today, unfortunately. Truly, this is the end times. Other notable players was Circuit Breaker, of course. Reigning Circuit Breaker, I should say. We'll see what happens by the end of next weekend. On its, I wouldn't say signature identities, Op and ESA. Nothing that surprising there, and both IDs didn't get touched by the banners, so that makes perfect sense. The King, we've just watched this past round playing Hoshiko, not Hoshiko. Definitely a mainstay of that deck back when it was popular.
With
and
the
Arsenal.
on a, yeah, I maybe would have expected some ag
Yeah.
out
Yeah,
of
Ag
him,
Infusion.
but
He's an Ag Infusion engineer.
not necessarily surprised by the Arsa pick. Bridgman
Bridgman playing
on
on
BTL and LAT.
the lat is not surprising to me, given that I believe the last big event that he played was 2024 Intercontinentals, and at that event he played, I believe it was an ASUP's pawn shop lat, which didn't play trick shot anyway. I mean, shocking as it might sound, but yes, the deck did not play trick shot.
And there we go.
So,
we do have our full round 3 standings updated now, so
there
we
we
can
go.
hopefully pull those up on stream for everyone.
Yeah, 7 undefeated players at the end of round 3. Congratulations so far to Bridgman, Zone, King, Heart of Lavender, Trap, LP, Tollerville, and yeah, so those 7. I think a reasonably healthy split of identities here. Triple op, maybe surprising somewhere else, but given the op's popularity at this particular event,
It's quite
it makes sense.
Ob being our most popular ID with 11. It's about it's a reasonable performance rate so far.
Yeah. And then as we said, healthy mix of factions. I want to say club side at least. Runner side, we have 2 lats in the top 7 undefeated. No other Shaper IDs, but we do have Essa, Hoshiko, Hoshiko. Yep.
And then we do see, looking a bit further down, we do have we've got the Freedom from Ruben Peters. We've got a couple of those today.
Mercury on top crimp, that's not what I expected. Yeah. It's still early. And shout out Koga calling this out in chat as well. 10th version Kikai, not on his signature Banha Steve. That is legitimately a shocker, actually.
Yeah. Kikai, known criminal enjoyer.
Absolutely. And Koga as well, of course. Not playing today, unfortunately. Did Koga play any of the
Koga,
other?
we do have Koga. Yeah, on Ob and Sable.
Oh, okay. Koga is playing. Yeah. All right. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. And so, in case anyone in the chat was wondering, yes, we will be cutting to a, I believe, 30-minute break after this round.
Oh, we're in the middle of the break. I've had the timer going, Lamau.
Oh, excellent.
We got 27 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So our players are on break now, and we'll cut to a break ourselves fairly soon.
Fairly soon being now. We'll see y'all in roughly 27 minutes.
Okay then. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Enjoy.
See y'all soon.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to the EMEA pod of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. I'll unmute my commentators so they can commentate. We're heading into round 4 of 8. Did y'all get a nice break?
Yeah, it's all right. Refilled on my coffee.
Yeah, I got a coffee in my hand as we speak. It's getting quite late for you, isn't it, Sticks?
Yes, almost 11. So I'm a bit of a night owl. So yeah, I almost played this pod. So not an unreasonable hour.
Well,
anyway, any
so far so good.
Do we have a game we're jumping into, or shall we?
Do y'all have one that looks interesting?
A matchup. How about table 7 with the Atea?
Okay, here's my question to y'all. Can you, on your pairing screen in Cobra, can you see the decks that people are playing?
Not the decks, but the
Yes.
IDs.
Or the IDs, I mean?
Yeah, the IDs.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you'll direct your attention to where I do not have that ability.
Okay. Interesting.
So, yeah, I've been wondering, like, wow, y'all are really good at cross-referencing.
Okay, so what you do is scroll up.
Yes, there's a hide show identities button.
Yes.
Look at that. Incredible.
Yes. This is a public service announcement to anyone who may be struggling with the same thing.
I'll take the L for your benefit, viewers. Table 7, you said?
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, let's check it. All right. Let's pull on back here, and we have got, as promised, Achea and Freedom Kumalo.
48 card Freedom Kumalo. I would say a moderate lack of discipline among our other Not an egregious lack of discipline, just a moderate one.
It's just a little bit of extra spice.
Yes.
Look, I'm always of the opinion that 3 raindrops, they're basically free.
Okay. I guess. Are we? What else is like a free click?
Right, that might be a post hoc justification, but still.
Okay. I mean, if we want to say raindrops is basically free, I want to hear your thoughts on Concerto. No? Yes?
First, I'll need to reread the text on Concerto.
You don't remember Concerto?
Do you actually do you draw the card that you reveal off of it? You do. Yeah, nah. Nah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nah.
Good enough for me. All right. Looks like we're getting into turn 1. Well, this is like the most un-Atea turn 1 I've ever seen. Hedge, Ice Hedge Fund on Central servers.
The classic Ice Baby. I played 2013 Netrunner.
I expect that as an Atea player, you're not like entirely happy with that, but it is what it is, especially with a deck that can output as much central pressure as Freedom can, especially in the early turn.
Yeah, it's reasonable to want to deny the Freedom value, but double ice. Maybe giving up a bit of tempo.
Lago Shelter out of Freedom. We saw this last round of the Hoshiko. This is slightly different. I don't recall if I do think the Freedom decks that came out of Worlds from Montel Boston and friends did have Lago with them. And that's the first hit on the Lago, the buffer drive. You hate to see that.
And then I think the spin immediately, seeking for some action perhaps. Icing up server 2.
I imagine that Ruben Peters will be wanting to challenge the Spin Doctor sooner rather than later, considering it's a free trash and there are no other anti servers to push anyway. And I think that this is a pretty, turn 1 buffer drive hit notwithstanding, like an early Lago is pretty decent in this matchup, considering as a tier you want to be using your ID turn on turn, and that necessitates installing stuff in the roots of servers.
Okay, moshing away another Largo, a Leech, and the second banker, the first one in the bin from
Price.
Yes, it was from the Price.
Crew coming down. Crew Charm on turn 2, that's very fast. Tatu Bola.
And you can crew this.
Yeah, Fire Unbroken.
But,
I think
declining it.
Ruben had multiple options on this. You could crew
Yes,
charm, you could tag, you
you
could
could tag
crew
crew.
tag, and I think just letting it fire is also reasonable, and going after the spin instead.
Potentially, yeah, saving the crew for a bigger, chunkier target.
Armin, down to only one remote. That's half the number of remotes that you're allowed to as a player. That's your first bit of
Either one, yeah,
athletic.
that's yeah. After the break,
Oh, in
one
fact,
half of two.
uh,
It's a single advance remote, likely a Charlotte, perhaps.
almost quite likely a Charlotte. And let's not forget that Tatu Bola, if its ability goes off, will trigger Atea on the runner turn. Of course, that will also trigger
Yes.
Lego on the runner turn. So that's something to take. Well, Anikam, that is certainly not.
Interesting.
Uh, that's
Yeah,
definitely.
we've seen some Largo Cam draw engines
Out of
frequently out of Hosh
Yeah.
more often. There we go, Sice and Tan.
I think this is a
on
very
HQ.
clean kaboom on this one. Cool
Yes,
kaboom.
unless the call is exactly what there is 0 of in hand, and that would be very greedy to not accrue it here.
I suppose, yes, I should use event. I suppose the question for Ruben is if he wants to preserve the devil charm. No, looks like he's using
taking a tag.
instead. And
Can still
ripping
Yagiuda.
Okay, so this
Does
is the fast advance Atea.
And yeah, Yagiuda does and a hybrid as well.
Yeah.
Yagiuda works with the Atea trigger as well, just like something like timely public release.
That is
Yagiuda only working.
Oh, it is a swap. You're right, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, very Tatubola-esque.
Yes. Only working during a run. So.
I mean, it's kind of like a silver lining for Armin, right? He's denied Ruben Peters the freedom trigger for the turn on an open HQ. The bad news is you have to give up 3 agenda points to do it. That doesn't feel good. So
you
Ruben
put any? Yeah. I was going to say, do you put any stock in the idea of trashing the Largo while the tag is still floating? It would be going down to 3 credits to do so, which is
exactly the opportunity cost is like not being able to rest HQ ice, which may be a problem given the fermenter is like cooking pretty hard at this point.
Yes.
I feel like Ruben might be forced to pop this fermenter this turn though if he wants to protect this Largo on future turns. Like this Charlotte is actually starting to get to work. And I think next turn, Armin may feel like confident enough in his economic position to finally trash the Lego if it's.
And there we go, it is popped and clears the tag and pinhole for the Charlotte. Very nice.
Forcing the Charlotte pop. Okay, now I think both sides are pretty unhappy about this situation, all things considered.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start, both sides.
Yeah, I think Ruben really didn't want to have to pop that fermenter, he'd rather use it for freedom value.
Yes.
But
the virus battery.
Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, no, never mind. It's not as interesting anymore after the decline of the trigger. Damn it! But all right. Getting an agenda point out of hand, always good. And still representing Size and Tan on centrals again. So the price, installing
the most fun is always cohort, trash something out of hand, start a turn, hybrid it onto the board, reinstall.
Oh yeah. Oh, that is the good shit. Anikam draw we have found another crew, so we can challenge this remote if we wish. I think on this economic situation, Ruben Peters would be quite happy to get a Tatu Bola trash and
Yes,
get whatever's
denies the
behind
trigger,
here.
denies the money.
Yeah, and denies whatever kind of econ asset that Armin is trying to push. Likely a Rashida, but we'll see. Worth shouting out actually. It's turn 5, and the Freedom deck only has 17 cards left in it.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
drawing
Largo
3
Cam
price
draw engine
does.
is, yeah.
Yeah. And Raindrops, okay, Raindrops Catstone is getting the value, and we probably will see a crew fire. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, there it
And
goes.
access will be a Yagi Uda. Okay, wow,
Mm.
that was a very aggressive push by Armin. I mean, is this like agenda flood, do you think? Or
Yeah, it was
I can't imagine.
two were ripped from HQ, and then there was, that was 2 agendas installed in the last
Yeah,
turn, so that's,
exactly.
uh, yeah, if
6
I were Ruben
points
Peters,
in
I'd
the
be
top.
eyeing up HQ here.
Yeah, 6 points in the top 15-ish cards is not like unheard of. It's kind of on rate actually. Of course, the problem is 2 eyes have been already blown up by these other service crews and Room Peters. Yes, the economic situation isn't amazing, but it's not amazing for the corp either.
And there we go, an install with no Atea.
Okay, Strike Fund.
Always unfortunate losing out on your ID value.
At third group, wow, that is a pretty sick draw for Ruben.
Okay, just an
Okay, so we see
Enigma,
Enigma Res. Pretty
another
reasonable
taggable,
face check.
ice.
Um,
And
I wonder if at this point, okay, Ruben chooses to
yeah,
preserve the Devil Charm. I was thinking, I was like, oh my
and
goodness gracious me,
another
that is a
hybrid
third
release
hybrid.
from HQ. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, that is some nasty flood from Armin. That's
Yeah,
very
I do think cracking open HQ here was fairly well. It's often fairly high EV players' freedom anyway.
yes. But,
On this board state,
point.
you've got no virus counter generation going on, unfortunately. But
Okay, so the good news for Armin is that Ruben is finally out of service crews. The bad news is the Portuguese has just come down and the opponent is also on game point. So that's not great either. Uh, I think that pinhole threading on the Charlotte really hurt his early
yeah,
momentum.
Armin was very much leaning on that for his economy, and it looks like we've got Charlotte number 2,
Or
presumably
Geofront.
behind a.
It's a
Yeah,
reasonable card to see in Ikea. So we are just directly running the remote.
yeah. In
Chance
either
of
case,
making it.
this could turn into a nasty face check.
Yeah. I think this is never lethal. I
Yeah,
don't think,
yeah, with
because of the
Anacam.
Anicam. Yeah.
Yeah,
Unless
unless
it's
the hand is all hardware and hardware gets named. But
shocking to hear in an Anicam deck, but yeah. So what was the pinhole, Devil Charm,
Devil
and
Charm,
Double Audrey?
2 Audreys.
So, well, still alive. Armin is still alive, but again, pretty precarious economic position. And almost certainly this eyes on history can't be risked. And Audacity is the access and
That's
is
a free trash.
for freedom. Fight twice this game already.
Thinning out HQ a bit. Or
Second
sees
is-
another Audacity.
Okay, so really leaning into the fast advance this Ataya build. I mean, installing with no trigger, tier trigger, and advanced audacity and longevity. Oh, okay,
Longevity serum.
that is
Okay.
quite welcome actually, given the shabby state of affairs in Centrals. And this means that he will be given a turnoff from Rune Peters relentlessly beating up on HQ. Of course, in the absence of anything better to do, he might pivot to R&D instead.
Yeah,
which may not
shuffling
be
back
bad.
2 audacities and 1 unseen card. So not getting back. I was considering likely some Charlottes to kickstart the economy again, but might have been
Very
even
true.
more flooded than needed to shuffle back
And there it goes
an
again.
agenda at least.
And no action on the second card. So that's 2 audacities trashed in. 2 audacities trash, 1 audacity use, and 2 shuffle back in
Yeah.
2 turns. That is a alarmingly audacious amount. Okay. Ruben back up to 3 credits with the moshing into Steel Skin into Anikam for draw 6, discarding the last Largo. And yeah, I mean, still alive, yes. But we'll see how this goes. I feel like so this we know what card this is, or at least Ruben knows what card this is off the top of R&D. The next card down is Flush, but I don't expect that Armin will be able to rest any kind of strong ice defense anytime soon, unless one of these on Centrals is another Tattoo Bowler.
Yeah, that's probably the ideal scenario here, but no. And right on back into R&D, getting some leech counters in the process.
Finally, on turn 10, we see that the classic Freedom virus generation come down.
Yes, almost through the entire stack at this point. 1 labor rights in the bin.
So the top of army again, no trash in that, but it is a known card now, and I think Ruben Peters now has full information, except for, of course, the identity of whatever ice that's already been installed.
Yes, the first access being an Enigma trashed off the top.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I think Ruben has been given a little bit of time to do whatever scraps of setup that he still wants or needs to do at this point. I mean, I say that 2 cards left in the stack. I'm not sure how much setup it is. You assume at least another labor rights, or maybe if influence permits, Ashen Epilogue. Do we have space for that actually?
Perhaps 1,
9,
4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10,
12 influence
11,
in play.
13. I count 14 out.
Oh, 14 out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh no, 12.
Yeah, 12. Yeah. So there's still potential for an Ashen
Yes.
Epilogue, or at the very least, more labor rights. And I think Ruben is contemplating his options now. Around HQ, there is the face check potential here, but looks like no rest on the outermost, and the innermost is a type. You definitely botulous through this 100%. But it will get annoying
even just the 1 credit is relevant at this low of a credit count.
Speaking of 1 credit.
Yeah, that would have been huge.
Yeah, that one virus counter that is spent on that tithe proving to be instrumental in not being able to trash the hedge fund. Of course, the bad news for Armin is that he can't play this hedge fund anyway unless he has exactly mindscaping credit hedge fund kind of gets you.
And if the 1 credit had gone off, that would have put Armin in hedge funding range.
Yeah, so either way, it's like a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, yes.
But Ruben, I think, may be tempted to make another go on R&D now, given that he hasn't used Freedom yet. Installing perfect. Oh, wait,
And
hold up.
the second
Two
buffer
buffer drives
drive.
in the list. Is that right? Damn. Okay. Very interesting. The second
And
buffer
still
drive
room,
install.
still room for an
Okay.
Ashen as well. Coming behind this Saisentan, which there is, still currently no actual way for Ruben Peters to
Yeah,
get
absolutely.
through without like buffer driving a crew to the top of the deck.
I mean, we
With,
may be able to start
moshing.
with moshing. This probably shows
Hey,
us the
moshing
rest
just
of
for
the
money.
deck. We will draw one of these cards back, funnily enough, because of the buffer drive card.
Yes, yep.
Which would be probably the strike fund. Yeah, there we go. So that's all the cards in the stack known except for one. And I do believe that is two influence unaccounted for. So I think we can make an educated guess that this is the there we go, Ashen
And there it
Epilogue.
is.
Good job, team.
Crunch the numbers. Removing Pinhole, Steel Skin, Moshing, Largo, Raindrops. So nothing key taken out.
Okay.
And Audrey down now.
So Audrey, notoriously good with the strike fund buffer drive plus Anycam, it has to be said, combination. And
Yes. But currently no counters on it to start with. So Ruben Peters will need to find the first counter somehow.
So the good news for Armin is, of course, like having playing that Ashen Epilogue on Ruben Peters' side has given Armin the space and the time to the breathing room that he has really needed for the past like 7-8 turns or so to finally get the Charlotte trigger off. And back up to, I mean, 8 credits is hardly a healthy total, but it's enough to put the fear of Nancy into some marks.
Price just hitting a leech is the only doable target. Otherwise, hitting Moshing, Pinhole, the Price. So, of course, hitting those events does get an Anacom trigger, so it's a nice little draw.
And Labor Rights goes to the bottom, of course.
Cantus Tropus asking in the chat what was used to recur the heap. It's Ashen Epilogue, if we want to highlight that one.
It removes 5 cards off the top, and then itself. Of course, that would be a little bit. It'd be a pretty spooky card if it didn't remove itself. But that's beyond beyond the scope of this conversation, I think. Ruben Peters, I think, has had the upper hand for most of this game, but I think we'll need to pump the brakes a little bit to find some way of getting more server ingress, given that, I mean, as we've talked about, it has the ability to get access
then we
to
got a
servers.
Botulus going onto the remote, which it is somewhat unfortunate that it is Charlotte in there, because Charlotte can always be popped to deny the trash after potentially investing 3 virus counters, but you're always wanting to have your Charlotte sitting on top of a Lacosta grid if possible, so that's always a juicy trash target as well.
Speaking of trash target, this second spin doctor finally coming down. I'm in up to 12 credits now after the Charlotte fire. That's good news for him, and Ruben still on 0. I expect that Ruben will be on 0 for or close to it for quite some time now, barring any like extended strike fund shenanigans. These freedom decks are not known for high credit totals. Charlotte advance. So this is a very straightforward spin pop if Ruben feels like running server 6. We'll see if he feels the need to do so. I'm in up to 16 credits. Double a Nancy range.
Yes, we saw Ruben Peter throwing out all of the bankers on the first time through the through the stack because that's a way to turn 4 damage from an Anansi into 6 damage.
Yeah. Oof, ouch, owie, as they say.
Yeah, yes, you frequently want to be scouting out that outermost ice before committing a bankard to it against a Jinteki deck, or
Uh,
just rip a bunch of cards and have no fear.
No fear. I mean, I think ripping a bunch of cards like from your own grip is fine as long as you're getting like the commensurate accesses, I should say.
Yes.
Speaking of ripping a bunch of
Yeah.
cards, this is going to be a face check into a Boto.
Into a Boto.
Fire all.
And the Botos have been vinted.
Absolutely
Drag
have.
Fund and Devil Charm going into the bin from the net damage.
Straight from to the bottom. Notably, we haven't seen any RSL's crews yet on the second run through of this deck.
Yes, 3 still in there. None removed by Ashen.
And we will be resolving. Oh, so Ahmed chose not to trash any cards. This
Declining.
means that
That might
raindrops
give
will
a
be
hint
getting a
as
bonus
to
counter.
it might give a hint as to the contents of HQ currently.
Yeah, I do think so as well. So we will draw 2. Sorry, trash one of the size amount, which is with 2 cards. What was the damage? Moshing into
Moshing ferment.
Yeah, from the one subroutine, which means that that Rangers would have drawn 4 cards. That's good value, I dare say. And finally, it looks like Ruben Peters will have the opportunity to use the Devil Charm that's been saving since literally turn 1 again with that Bodo Res. And there we go. Another HQ run. Size and time is the res here. Are we
Or
using this Devil Charm?
perhaps not.
Are we? Come on.
No, we're just leeching it.
Yeah. Now, oh yeah, there are leech colors, of course. Completely forgot. That's text. And then go.
Yeah, it doesn't just make virus and then finding that last one in HQ, making that read off of that declining to trash from the Boto that there's likely points in HQ.
Yeah, and there was. I think this was like a fairly unfortunate Atea draw, especially like in the early game. We saw that many points getting ripped out of centrals and then the board.
And I think it was a mulligan. Yeah, it was a mulligan into a bit of an unfortunate hand, but
and of course that the triple
to,
RSA was cruel in the first 6 turns really didn't help things either.
Yes, was close to perhaps turning a corner, but it's that one. It was at the point where one access could do it, and that's what happened.
Yep.
Alrighty. What have we still got rock?
How long more do we have in the round? Sure. That didn't feel like
13 minutes. So,
all right,
yeah.
you were in there for quite a while, huh?
We could have a look at another one of these obs, perhaps. I think Jonald has an ob. Am I
quite a classic combination.
Right in thinking that? Unless anything else comes out for our remainders.
Let's just check out.
Yeah.
Here. We can also check out. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, that's built to last. That's very different.
How about the Isawak?
I already checked with them.
Okay.
Okay, looks like we're in for table 25, Trade on
Yep.
and Drager. This looks like a fairly advanced game state. I mean, we are quite late in the round. Asa group against Kit, and that's an interesting influence spend from the Kit, a scrubber, not wanting to pay one more influence for the missed boards. But we see another influence spend in the Hermes here. Hermes Kit definitely not unheard of, but not the most common of console choices either.
I was a bit of a fan of Hermes in this style of kit.
Mm-hmm.
But the scrubber as well, though, which is interesting influence spend. Kit, of course,
That's
only 10 influence.
The budget misboards, I suspect. That's
Yeah.
the kit 10 influence come into play, I suspect. But I think both players are in a little bit of a econ situation at the moment. It's of course fairly late game. Trade on with a double advance card in the remote and on 4 points. So this is strongly representing an Ikawa project. So I imagine that we won't see any more reses this turn. Drager getting Steve Cambridge value, 7 cards in HQ, just needs to touch one more agenda with Ikawa resources. And Architect
And there it is, an ADT
Yeah.
out of hand.
Yeah. I wonder how many there were in hand at the end. There's 5.
Yes, we did see that spin Dr. Rez trying to pat it out a bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, of course,
were...
the unfortunate reality is that with RD as thin as it is, drawing to Spin Doctor may not help matters.
Yes, yes.
Is the problem.
And with 2 advancements in the remote, it seemed like that was the that was going to be
it was the last time
the game. Yes.
And Tradon probably did the math, and of course calculating the ablative barrier being credit perfect to rest and still keep for advance money. But alas, it was not to be. HQ roots will get you. It is what it is.
Yeah, just a couple of games left at this point, so we can potentially have a look at another Arsa here. Check in on the king again.
And as Arsa group games go, especially those coming closer to time, we see R&D having an alarmingly low number of cards in it.
Yes, we
10
do see
cards
here
this case.
two rather interesting score areas, I must say.
Yeah, this is fairly unique, I think, in the history of HB versus Anak. It's very rare to see double Ikawa project in the runner score area, and two project victories both with a counter.
Each with a counter, yes. Those Vitruvius counters open up so many lines as Arsa.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, casting my eye over, there are 3 fully operationals in archives ready to pick up. And Ice R&D, okay, interesting. And speak of the devil.
Yeah, picking up the flop.
Click,
massive economic bounce back. Spamming that credit button.
Okay, so we haven't really talked about this this Hoshiko board. Looks like a fairly standard rec breaker suite, but with a twist here, actually. Alarm clock.
Alarm clock, and there's a couple of spicy includes in the bin as well. There's a Friday chip hanging out in there.
And passion. Okay.
Yeah, which is interesting. I don't see a banker to go along with that Ashen.
So we will breach HQ on this alarm clock run. 2 cards up to 2 cards if Toluvel is interested in such a thing with the twinning. I'm not sure if you go for this extra access though, given that the king had the option to ice HQ, but decided against it. Oh, and the biotic labor.
Does CA how's it be in biotic labor? Yes,
That is spooky. I mean, there's
threatening to
I can
score
at
out
most another
a potential third Ikawa is a threat here.
Yes. Okay, so we do know server 5 is a wage workers with the res and deres from just as we entered the lobby. About server 2, I don't know if we know what's in server 2, and of course it does have the option to go something like res wage workers advanced 3 times, biotic advanced twice, something like that. And if we're feeling particularly spicy, we can even go biotic Vitruvius biotic install advanced 5 times. That's off the top of my head 13 credits, not counting the wage workers rest, so that's 15 credits, so a little bit short, even if a cohort guidance.
Yes, even with cohort trash, cohort also potentially being another advanced encounter if necessary. One face down in archives currently.
Notably, the second access of HQ was the powers that be, so not entirely sure if the king is interested in getting a powers trigger this game, given that given the advanced board state. But if there are no more Ikawas in sight, there may not even be a third Ikawa. Who knows, right?
Yes.
He
that's
may be
very much
forced
an
to
if question.
And who knows what these sickles have replaced the luminal transubstantiation with, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. Yes, very correctly pointing out in the chat, we are missing 1 credit for Ikawa. Yes, we can play a third operation for wage workers operation value. The unfortunate part is that all 3 fully ops are already in the bin, and we can't use the Vitruvius counter for it. So it would need to be something like a hedge fund. Oh, we are checking server 2. This is interesting. I would have assumed that we checked this earlier this game, but probably not. Right. 5 credits on Toluvel. It is currently insufficient for Cleaver to get through. No, I take that back. No, okay, I know. I untake that back. It is yes. I was going to say if it is a brand. Yeah.
Yes, there is a click available to click one sub and break the rest.
I mean it's we only have 1 on the Taka, right? So we can't we can only pump, we can't break any subs. I think it's
right,
we are
true.
1 credit off being able to break 2 and click 1. So yeah, this is quite an interesting rest, I want to say. I'm not sure that there are not many things that would warrant giving up half of your credit total to get through here. Is there any ice in archives to reinstall ablative barrel? Oh yeah, that's a pretty hot one. I don't think Toliver wants to see that. That's up within fire. But yeah, I think even like denying the dirty laundry value has some merit in itself.
Oh, just breaking the end the runs and letting the reinstall fire.
Okay, so we can get a ablative install.
And this Vitruvius can pick up this Managarm from archive. Oh no, but it has to go in another server with Oh no, but
Uh,
installing the ablative could potentially install this Managam as well.
Correct. So of course, if this is the third Ikawa as we are suspecting, it's ice from HQ. Okay, this is not even from
Interesting.
not even the ablative barrier. We will get an Acer trigger, which will decline, and I assume this is going to be a secondary rest from the king. I can't imagine why you would decline the option of an ablative otherwise. I'm just wondering if
what
this is
ice would you
a server 2.
prefer
Would I
over
prefer?
a?
Oh, that's a good
Well,
question.
well, like what? Yeah, I prefer my beast. I am a very big ablative enjoyer, so.
Yeah. So I mean, the scenario I'm imagining now is if the card in server 2 is a non-Ikawa agenda,
Oh,
or which
it's
is not, it's actually a
Amalia.
non. Oh, good grief. Okay,
Very
that's
interesting.
kind of interesting. So what happened here? I mean, uh, the king getting the brunt of fire, but not able to convert that into a run ending subroutine. So what this means is that Tolival did get the double laundry value, but wouldn't have had clicks to challenge anything that got installed off an ablative rest, which is fascinating in itself because I mean I do see like Rashida and archives. That's I imagine that would have been quite attractive for the king to get off uncontested, given that he at that point where he made the install, he already knew that Toliver couldn't contest, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so this is a fascinating
Have to
board analysis.
wonder if there is a plan for this turn.
Yeah, and Toliver up to 10 credits, down to 9 credits, of course, from Hoshiko, but 2 on the Taka. So 11 credits to break ice. Not to mention, of course, uh, the alarm clock
Get
run
the
with potential
free
double access.
HQ run on just for a gatekeeper, which you know, HQ access are basically completely free every
Yeah,
turn currently from alarm clock plus trickster.
so I want to say that, I mean, you don't quote me on this, of course, but the fact that the Mario wasn't rest on the no, okay. I'm taking that
There's
back because I realized
there's
you cannot
nothing
Malia
to
blank.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't blank the twinning. So I was thinking about blanking the twinning on the alarm clock run, but that's not
Yes,
literally not a legal
Malia
thing.
cannot steal someone's sense of purpose.
That that came out, I think, a little bit morbid, but I think the
That's
intent of the
apparently
scripts
what
there.
the
I agree.
twinning represents. It's S's determination, something like that.
So okay, so the king making the mandatory draw, very notably declining cohort guidance program, which is interesting because we do know that there is powers that be in hand, and that if he wants to be, for example, fast advancing 5-3, that you don't really need the powers in the rest of the game. So just denying
Yeah, and there
himself
is a
of the
Vitruvius
good credits
counter
there.
available if
Yeah, exactly.
trashing.
Agendas or some such. We
Yes,
still know that server 5 is
trash. Building up the server 3.
and clicking for a credit. Okay. Uh, so Tolovel is fairly incentivized to run this. This looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4 credit run, not counting any whatever you choose to pay for the skunk works. Of course, that would necessitate going through Tato Bola, which comes with its whole set of shenanigans, especially when you pair it with the custom trigger.
And there is still that Managam locked and loaded. Was it double Managam somehow?
Ooh. So Colorado Bridges HQ, I don't expect we'll see a twinning fire this time. We know
nope,
at least
just
one
seize
card.
the powers that be again. Of course, if there is anything in that server, there are bin doctors in the bin as well, which can
correct. So we
squirrel them away with Tattoo Bowler.
Yeah, we can Vitruvius a spin, then Tattoo and Ice down. And at this point, we are assuming that the second card in HU that isn't the powers is an Ice to swap down.
Yes, that is
and
an assumption.
And get the Asa trigger for the Spin Doctor to save what we assume is an agenda in this remote. I mean, all in all, I've heard worse plans, but this is definitely a little bit.
We see an imp coming out.
Credits.
The companion for that Friday chip we saw.
Yeah, not unexpected. And running HQ again. Okay, so we want to find out what this second card is. Possibly. I think if it's an ice, Toliver is highly incentivized to trash it just to deny Tattoo for the Pirate.
It's a biotic labor.
Of course we knew it was a biotic
labor. Yes.
Okay, so that makes the server 3 defense a lot more complicated. I'm not sure how you would go about doing that now. If it's, for example, another project with Traverse in here, we now have no more capability, I don't think, to save.
That is time in the round on Tolavel's turn. So the king will have one more turn after this one.
Correct. So the king will have one last turn to. I'm not sure if there is a way to equalize the game, to win the game, I should say, from this position. If let's say it's at an Ikawa in the remote, I don't see a way to advance 5 times on this credit total. Oh no, wait, never mind. That's cohort guidance. Wait, it's cohort plus wage is actually credit perfect, right?
Well, resing wage is.
It's 2 credits. Oh yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Do it. Maybe there's some Vitruvius stuff that you can do. But that is a little bit more. There is a chance that Toliver can win on this server, on this single access.
Yeah, 8 cards in R&D here.
Yeah, so the question is, if it's an Ikawa or some 2-point agenda in server 3, if it's a 2-point agenda, the king has no chance of winning the game, but can still tie it.
Can still tie it, yes.
With a score next turn.
So Tolvel is incentivized to try and find the winning points here.
Yes.
And King's hands are a bit tied here, potentially. He does go for the res on the Gatekeeper.
This is not breakable. No, it's not breakable. I think 1 credit short for Buzzsaw.
Yes.
So this will be a fire all. And this likely cleans out. This likely cleans out the R&D. All centrals, realistically speaking. And Tolver has 1 tick left to do something.
Yeah. Cohort will get the money back to potentially advance the last Vitruvius if that's what it is.
Yeah. It was two cards drawn, 2 agendas drawn from those 3 in HQ there, right? Tolver has a couple options here. Yeah, so chooses to go on the wage workers instead. You can't go on the cohort guidance program because of the trigger.
That's MIC ability. Tolvel doesn't have the extra click for. But even the wage workers, I'm not sure is 100% relevant, seeing as wouldn't have the money to.
Well, 2 credits. It goes up to 3. Notably that it was a Vitruvius they got shuffled back, so it can't be another 3/2 in server 3.
True.
So the best that the king can hope for is yes. So go. I assume
seamless.
This is
yes.
Yeah. So this would tie the game at 6-6.
There it is. Oh,
What a
very tight one.
what an exchange! Damn. All right.
The credit
Oh,
perfect play to tie it up.
I'm now thinking to myself, what was intended to be the combination if Tolliver just ran the remote last turn? Given that we know that the hand had no ice in it, so you'd have to Vitruvius counter and ice to Tatu swap, and then possibly get the Asa trigger to powers install installing the offload office into archives.
Yeah.
And then Tolliver runs archives, and then it would have to be exactly ablative barrier on archives to rest and fetch the fetch a spin
It's
to
the
shuffle.
other spin doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, the offload back. So it gets real messy. It gets real messy, and
Yes.
then
This is why I love ablative barrier.
yeah, the agenda whack-a-mole is
Yeah.
pretty cool.
It's over here. No, it's over here.
That's it for the round.
Yeah, and I believe that'll be it for us on commentary as well.
The APAC gang signing off for the weekend. It's been an
Yes.
absolute pleasure pairing with you, Sticks.
Yeah, it's
talked
been
since Worlds, I
great
think.
to be here. Yeah, it's been a while, unfortunately. Despite optimal time alignment,
Y'all are right next
don't
to
do it
each
as much
other,
as we
right?
should.
Just
Yeah,
so
yeah.
close. Just go
APAC
see
is
each other.
Yeah, so we will be
Real-
handing off now to the rest of our phase 2 commentary team very shortly. I don't know if we cut into a break now, but in any case, there will be 4 more rounds of CBI EMEA pod. So don't go anywhere. And I'm sure the rest of the squad will be entertaining y'all as well as, or even better than Sticks and I and one day have
Yeah.
for the past few hours. So
Yes.
Well, I'm subtracted from this equation. I'm here all day, so.
Yes, Mondi really putting in the hard yards for us.
Well,
Yes, big thank you to them and to my co-commentator Jai, and good luck to the rest of our competitors in the rest of the rounds. We'll get out of your way so you can get into the next round.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all very much.
See you around, y'all.
All right, well, suppose I could cut to a break. I've pinged one of the commentators. The other is in the channel here, muted. Oh, I do believe that's one of our commentators has joined.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, that is Thrantar. Thrantar is here. Orbital Tangent, are you here?
Hello, hello.
Hello. I saw you unmute. I figured, you were more than likely here. Didn't just unmute and then walk away. And I appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
All right.
All right, so
Go ahead.
We're heading into round 5 here, and pairings are up. So I leave the choice up to y'all. Anything that you're interested in?
Let's take a look real quick here.
Let's do a quick rundown to see what sort of identities we have today. Looks like a pretty. So I'm seeing a Jemison Aeronautics. Sorry, Astronautics. That's being played, which is a bit of a rarity if we want something novel to check in on.
Yeah, that sounds good. Otherwise, my suggestion would be to take a look at some of the players that are starting to become in contention for this top cut, just to let the audience know, at the end of this, the top 5 players are going to advance to the finals of this particular tournament. So let's see here. Of those, I think it would be most fun to take a look at either Asmari or Near Earth Hub. If we were to take a look at, Tolavel was just on. Otherwise, I believe Zoe in 6th place currently on Near Earth Hub, and Essa. I don't know if they're playing Corp currently though. Let me look at the pairings.
Let's see here. We haven't seen a Near Earth Hub from the start. We haven't seen either of the players on table 4. How about we pop in there and see if
Yes, look at table 4. I'll go
Oh,
and ask.
apparently there might be a repair. Hold tight.
Oh.
Well,
All right, so I've sort of been following along for some of the stream this morning, but do we have any sort of developing storylines, things that we're keeping an eye on so far?
we saw the absolute nastiest called shot of all time. Just, if you're about to deep dive and you're at one point, just ask the deck for 2 SDS, say thank you, and then play the deep dive. It's that simple.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's how you get good. You ask your deck what you need, and then you just manifest it into reality.
Well, I mean, we all know that. This is asking your opponent's deck what you need.
Oh, yeah. Okay, see, that's the key. The key part of being good. You gotta have the chutzpah to ask your opponent's deck about what you need.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we're waiting for that repair, do we want to pull up the standings and go over those real quick?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, we can look at the standings for a bit. So looking at the top, we have 3 players undefeated, still at 12 points. But I don't think... Yeah, we're a long ways off from anyone being actually a lock to advance.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, just to restate for the record here, the top 5 players of this particular tournament will advance to the end of the CBI. So there were 3 pods that were played over this weekend. There was APAC, Americas, and EMEA. So EMEA is the current pod that we're in right now. The following weekend, that is next weekend, there's going to be a top 16 cut. So it looks like with the structure this year, the reigning circuit breaker, part of the new benefit of being the circuit breaker, will actually just auto advance to that top 16. So they will be seated in that top 16 just automatically after the 5 qualifiers of each tournament are all added. Let's see here. Yeah. So Alp, Bridgman, Pouch of Lavender, the King, Tolavel are all in contention right now, riding pretty high on those points. We just saw a match between 4 and 5, so they are not likely to get paired again. So it looks like either one of those folks is going to get paired up or get paired down. So that will be something that we'll see in the repair here. Can you all still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you. I've just
Sorry,
been letting you talk through the ramifications of...
Yeah, okay, sorry, I was a little confused because there was no responses here, and I...
You were in a flow.
Yeah.
I was letting you finish it out. Also, I'm double checking. There, it does look like there's going to be a repair, so I'm just keeping a track on
Okay,
that.
Mhm.
excellent. Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of 9s here too. So the
But then all the
9s,
9s can definitely make it if they win out. That
absolutely.
finishes the day at 7-1, I believe. I think we have 8 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So those 9s are all pretty much in contention as well. So you're seeing 9s all the way down to 16th
16th.
place. Yep. So a lot of these are pretty in contention here. We're seeing a huge smattering of different IDs here. So our top ones are Near Earth Hub and Ob. So we're seeing 11 and 9 of those respectively. Hoshiko still really a top ID on the Anarch side, 15 of those. Nothing else is in double digits, but we are still seeing Lat, our sort of runner du jour this past Worlds. So the bands did hit Shaper pretty hard with them losing Trick Shot, a really key card, but we're still seeing a lot of people placing their stock in Shaper here. However, the stocks of Anarch have gone quite up because we do see lots of ESA here, a decent amount of Freedom, and even a couple Sebs. That's pretty interesting there.
I think it was noted that the other two pods did not have any Sebastião played.
Oh,
Yeah, I
interesting.
started looking at this ID split because I was here 2 weeks ago casting the New Year Showdown, and we had a moderately different looking ID split, especially on the corp side at the New Year Showdown.
I have not actually checked the other pods to see what their breakdowns are, but I would be interested in seeing what that is currently. Let me go ahead and pull that up.
Yeah,
And
I'm
think that
gonna go pull up APAC. You could grab Americas.
okay, yep.
I mean, they're both linked right next to each other.
Yeah, but I only have one monitor, so it's hard for me to look at multiple web pages
That's all right.
simultaneously.
That's the wrong.
Wow. So in comparison to this particular
window.
pod, so we're seeing it was roughly 10 additional players on the Americas pod. Not quite, but my brain is not mathing currently because it's very early for me. So let's just say about 10. But different story on the Americas pod. So we saw Lat as the top runner on Americas. We saw a lot more stock in Shaper. We did still see a ton of stock in Anarch, so that came up quite a bit. Since Worlds, Freedoms, Hoshikos, and ESA. ESA was actually the most popular Anarch in Americas. The one I find surprising, though, is Sable. So almost as many players placing stock in Sable as Lat on the Americas pod. Sable, I did fail to mention in the EMEA pod, is the second place choice. So quite a bit of Sable running out there. Far different breakdown on the Americas pod for Corp, though. We're seeing a lot of ASA and a lot of Ag Infusion.
That's
About
one thing
the
I'm
same
noticing
amount.
for
Sorry, go ahead.
for APAC is that OB, in comparison to what we're seeing today in EMEA, was not very popular. Like OB is the number one corp ID in EMEA, and it was tied for third for APAC at only 3 players, lagging substantially behind ASA Group. ASA Group, which was really the HP ID of choice for for APAC.
Okay, looks like
And
we
in
do
fact,
have
they were back
repair
to a
up.
sort of even split between the classic PD.
All right.
Did I hear new
I-
pairings are up?
New pairings are up.
All right.
So
Well,
anything catching your eye?
go through this process again.
Table 15 is the highest up near Earth hub that we have. If we're interested in taking a look at that. Otherwise, I do see a precision design on table 11. If we're interested in seeing a higher personal evolution, table 9.
I think table 9
Alright.
could be interesting.
Am I looking at the right pairings?
I do not know.
Because I see table 9 is Atea. Table 15 is an Ob.
Yes, I see table 9 as Atea.
Oh, I apologize. I needed to refresh. Okay, so we do have on table 7, we have a personal evolution versus an ESSA. That is a matchup that seems very interesting to me, as ESSA does have the hand size increasers, but also is doing a lot of core to themselves, in addition to
That could be interesting.
PE damage coming down.
That was table 7?
Yep. All right, we would want to see if spectation is okay for the game. Oh. Wrong button here.
All right, we are good to stream on table 7.
All right, and I'm in.
Okay, so
Looks
first
like
thing I'm
we're
noticing.
still. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that it looks like we're still waiting on the round to begin here, so it does not look like it has started yet. Looks like we're about to go.
First thing I'm noticing,
All right,
52 cards.
52 card.
52 cards.
Yep.
Just like a real deck.
Yeah, 52 cards. Wow. Okay. So going the big ESSA route, not quite huge,
Yeah, I think medium.
medium ESSA. There we go.
Although medium itself is long departed.
Pour one out for a real one.
I think there are a couple
So,
interesting angles here for how to approach this matchup, because with Marrow, there's the option for the extra max hand size, and depending on the type of this PE build, I'm not sure how much ice there's going to end up being.
yeah, in my experience with ESSA, it depends on whether or not you are running Ashen Epilogue on what you do in this matchup. You don't want to take a ton of core and potentially open yourself up to a kill. So yeah, you can throw down the Marrow, you can get the Sab early, and then keep your hand size up and try to land a bunch of Chestuchkas. is generally how I would approach this matchup. If you have Ashen Epilogue, it becomes much easier to do that because you can lean very heavily on your Chestushkas instead of taking any additional core damage. But we'll see what happens here.
I'd say the thing about Chestushka is because it's a replacement effect, you don't have to touch anything. You could just, like, Chestushka HQ, Chestushka HQ, Chestushka HQ.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing a lot of building here. Just, it looks like some econ and a little bit of ice on the corpse side, leaving R&D open. We're seeing a Rashida Jaheim trash here.
It's making me wonder if Tratus may be a little bit flooded.
That certainly would be a good guess there. We'll see what Trat's going to do here. We're seeing drawing up. That does indicate to me also as well flooding. Perhaps looking for something here to put down, like a spin doctor or another piece of ice. So something in the remote, something over top. What do we think that is?
I mean, could be another Rashida. Is certainly one of the first things I'd look for to try and get some tempo rolling and sort of accelerate my pace in the game. I'm not really a PE expert personally,
Gotcha.
but I don't know if this could be something like a prana condenser that we're looking to set up and protect.
We're seeing a price played on Zhao's side. I apologize profusely to the player if I am pronouncing that wrong. A little bit of setup, installing that fermenter, and then taking a free look on R&D again. We're seeing a ghost tongue come down.
And hand size, a grip of 6 is still very, very safe in most cases, I think.
Absolutely. One of the things I do want to point out, a key thing that this player did, although they're proving me wrong now, but the early run in the turn allows you to avoid a snare and a tag on the snare. Generally, you try not to run late against these PE decks in case they are running a snare. Zhao did take that risk on that last click we saw there. Did not end up paying the iron price. However, that is something to watch out for on these PE matchups. We're seeing an advance in server 1.
Potentially be looking at a Charlotte, or this could just be a setup to score next turn. Going like with 2 credits, you're probably not going to get in. Although there's definitely the option to pop the fermenter for 4, but there's also lines like especially with the ghost tongue, right? Is dirty laundry into archives again. That's going to take you up to 6. And then at 6, Zhao can potentially look to play a breaker and contest, or even, run server 1, force the res, and then Testushka with the credits, depending on what the read is.
Although there are a couple of scary ice that you could run into currently with the corp on 9 credits, so Sisatan would not be a very happy day, at this point. Survivable, but
Spiders also pretty scary.
Yep, also survivable, but yeah, another one that's going to be a huge tempo hit to the runner. Also, either one of those is going to be a huge tempo hit to the corpse. So as the ESO player, you may go, I don't really care about my cards. Let's go.
Something like actually Vampira Nasta is very frequently a very nice balance between this is just massively annoying to face check, and with a 2 credit and 2 card rebate, frequently as the corp, you can res it and not feel like you've ruined your economy for the indefinite future.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting some thinking here, so players are pausing for a little bit to think about what they're going to be doing. We are on the runner turn right now. Zhao has not taken any clicks, and they are planning out their turn, it looks like.
This advancement counter in server 1 is very interesting because it tells you not quite enough about what the card is and an awful lot about what it isn't. I think is the way I sort of think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, as you pointed out, it could be a Charlotte. That is a good card to bait the runner into a run that they possibly do not want to make, especially if you are protecting it with a rather large tempo killing ice. What else is advanceable in this? Mostly agendas. Do we suspect any
I
traps?
think PE is mostly on. I don't think PE is on BioVault, but BioVault is in faction, and it could potentially be in Urtica or even Cerebral Overwriter if you.
Okay, Tattoo Bola. It's gonna end the run.
Want to import some very high value traps that.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen these decks be on Urtica Cipher, although that certainly could be a possibility.
I'm not really expecting these PEs to be on Urtica, but there is a long tradition of sort of the more shell game style PEs that haven't been so popular recently. But especially like I'm pretty sure this is a closed deck list tournament in the Swiss.
Okay, so bacterial programming is going to get scored, and that was in archives there. So that indicates to me that the server 1 may be a Regenesis.
Okay, good shout. Also, Grip of 6, very healthy place to be here. Means there's essentially no concerns about putative lines where you just die. It's technically possible if server 1's Charlotte, like res Charlotte, you get the draw on Charlotte, and then you triple putative.
Yep.
But that's a very specific setup, and
so that bacterial programming's still resolving here.
map into archives, forcing the fermenter purge. Oh, that's a very laundry line. There's not even a triple punitive line here. That's just enough credits to not die to that.
Malapert Data Vault.
We don't, I believe, Twitch know what this list is yet. We are looking at cards and wondering. But certainly, if I see bacterial, I am thinking about: is there a line where I have to care about punitive? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, these decks sometimes do run that punitive threat, leaning on the PE damage to get you below a safe hand size before they punitive you for the win.
We see an upgrade coming down on top of the Charlotte.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't.
A lot of times too, you can use a punitive or use a bacterial to drop the second bacterial into archives so that you can
Set up for the
6 damage.
6 damage, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about steel skin. 3 core damage has already been applied.
All right, it looks like there is a Sabotage 2. We're over to Trat for some thinking here. All right, 2 from HQ. So Running Hot was played, putting Zhao back to 4 clicks here.
Mhm.
So it looks like their maximum hand size is down to 5 now.
Down to 5.
We'll see if they draw up here.
I wouldn't be surprised with Nuka click, and then
Yep.
possibly some installing or some running. If there's another Dirty Laundry, like Dirty Laundry Archives, get some money.
Yeah, I don't think that punitive threat is online. Double punitive would be a little hard to pull off at this current credit total. Although Charlotte is banking 4 credits here currently.
Mhm.
So we're seeing a
I like
run
this
on
concept
RNG.
of just sort of challenging ice.
Yep,
Because
This
any big
is-
ice is expensive.
an Anansi. Looks like all the subroutines on this are going to fire, and the net damage is going to go off here.
Mhm.
I'll be interested in seeing if the runner is going to pay to draw a card.
I'm also interested in seeing if Zhao's going to jack out after the Anansi. Because the other thing that Anansi does is due to the setup on the top 5 cards. The corp has a lot of latitude to make the top of R&D anything they want.
It could be turned into a snare, interestingly, because Charlotte does have an instant speed ability to be trashed to gain 3, which would put Trat exactly on snare money. And at that point, it would be too late to jack out, I believe.
Mhm.
But we are not seeing Charlotte popped.
With the cards coming off of the Steelskin trash. I even if I have a snare on the list, I'm not likely to blow up my Charlotte to go down to 0 credits for a non-lethal snare.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the snare on the top of the deck, though. Interesting. Now we're seeing a Chastushka.
So I was possibly looking at this line, but the Steelskin got trashed off of the Anansi encounter and trigger, which is after the rearrange from the subs.
Absolutely. I feel that even if there's a chance that you hit a Steelskin, it's a line you got to take because it instantly wins the game. So let's see what happens with that Chastushka there. That's a really big hit. That's a Sabotage 4, which, the current HQ hand size is very, very nasty. However, the Corp does know exactly what is on the top there. So
R&D, yes.
they know exactly how many things they can choose to put in the bin there. Okay, and then Raindrops Cut Stone on the HQ.
I think Josh was
Probably
looking for
not
a little bit of...
grabbing to see how they run. See how they run pretty good in PE, as that actually will account for 2 damage no matter what, and one of those has the possibility of being a core. Not super great against Essa, but against any other runner.
So, I mean, the thing that I immediately go here is there's influence spend on end of the line. If I see how they run. Because 4+1+1 is 6, and hand size is not 6, so... frequently a very lethal line.
A lot of targeted runs. Going to server 2, it was a Rashida. Not sensing lethal there. Not sensing anything that's going to damage them long term. Basically said you won't on the snare. Yeah, the Rashida trash, in my estimation, is pretty good there. Pretty good. We're seeing another running hot. Probably looking to press the advantage here.
Are we seeing running hot? I have not yet seen a running hot.
We've seen a running hot hit by a Behemoth.
Yeah, we saw the running hot hit by the Behemoth.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My apologies.
Now, the Behemoth Lamb combo, once the Lamb comes down, is actually overall a very clean method of breaking a Nancy.
Yeah, basically breaks the whole thing for 3 credits if you are at strength. I think that's the most efficient in the game currently.
Orca with Turbine breaks the whole thing for 2.
Oh.
If I'm doing my math correctly.
We have a Lacosta Charlotte engine going on here. Pretty good for the Corp.
This is, I remain concerned about the 5 agenda points and the 10 face down cards in archives. I think this spin coming down is absolutely vital, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. It that does strike me as being very true, and I would be surprised if we see it popped on Trat's turn. I believe the turn will be passed over, and then forcing Zhao to come either get that spin doctor or go check archives to eat a click, I think is what we'll see.
So we're actually seeing a manual advance on this Charlotte sitting in Lacosta grid.
Yeah, that right there is interesting. I'm not sure what the additional advancement on Charlotte will do here.
So it sets up the Charlotte to be trashed using the trash ability next turn.
Okay, so perhaps we're sensing an install in server 1. All right, so we're seeing
That is,
that
I think,
run on
my read.
archives.
Spin is
So we're
immediately
just-
popped.
Yep, absolutely. So definitely some agendas in there. It looks like no further
Not
agendas.
anymore.
Yep, absolutely. We are seeing a Neurospike in the bin, though. So this is a Neurospike deck. Let's see, what else are we seeing? We're seeing Sysotons, viruses.
Second Malapert.
Yeah. Han size. So some standard Jinteki cards here, with a couple of spicy includes the Malapert and the Neurospike being the two spiciest things. There's actually, there's 2 Malaperts in the bin. You're right. All right. So Zhao over there still has 2 clicks to go. We're seeing a moshing.
Yeah, it's just a sort of traditional moshing. No fancy trash synergies. Just get rid of 3 cards you don't want for 3 cards that hopefully you do.
Okay.
So I'm expecting to
So-
see the Charlotte trashed added install into server 1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. That does seem fairly likely from what you've said before. I agree with that assessment there. So as a Neurospike, possibly punitive PE deck, you are liking seeing the runner on 4 in their grip, though. But I think punitive is offline now.
I don't think this is a punitive list. I think it's going to be on end of the line. Like one end of the line, maybe a second. Possibly just the one that can be found with Malapert.
So install in server 4. We did not see Charlotte go away. So that manual advance is interesting.
I mean, it still sets up
Possibly
the.
still setting it up?
Yeah, I mean, it sets up the same line, like in perpetuity. Just having the extra advancement counter means that at any point in the future, you can trash it for 3. This is just a very time delayed click for 3.
So I guess what we might be seeing here is just securing that remote server, getting it prepared to score. That score is going to happen here soon, though. Yeah, we're seeing Lam come down and doesn't even have to use the ability. Can break with either breaker here because that's a Tattoo Bola. That is going to
Make the corpse some money, but
make the corpse
at this
some
point,
money,
Tread is on 13. I'm not. I'm sorry, this was a Banhart run. Okay, yes.
Oh, Banhart. Wow.
Touch 4 coming in, 2 from HQ, 2 from R&D.
Yeah, that R&D is looking rather thin. So that Chastushka hit's pretty huge. Only 2 cards though. That's a scary amount of cards to end your turn at when it comes to facing PE. Although Trat not really presenting anything lethal at this point.
Anything that's being presented, I'm not expecting Blood in the Water in the list. I think that cycle of agendas was really cool, and I wish 2 of them saw a little bit more play, and 2 of them saw a little bit less play.
Okay, we're seeing that Charlotte trash now, like you predicted before. So delayed by a couple of turns, but that was definitely the play. Also an install in server 5.
Another ice for down
Also,
HQ.
Icing HQ. I mean, we have seen all 3 Chastushkas at this point. So they are all in the bin, along with Zhao's
one
Ashen
Ashen.
Epilogue. Yep.
I still expect there to be some labor rights potentially in the list.
Yep. It does look like there's 1 labor rights in the bin, so that is a fair guess, as this was when we hopped into the game a 52 card SS. So a fair guess to guess that 3 of those are going to be labor rights.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're passed back over to the runner for their turn. It does look like Banhar is going on server 1, so we may see that challenged here. It is highly challengeable with what Zhao has on the table currently. The Tattoo Bola being the final ice. It can be broken by either of their icebreakers. The first one could be taken care of by Banhar, and the center ice, if it is not a barrier, can be changed into a barrier with Lam. However, yeah. So they're on 4 credits currently. So he does need to make some money here, possibly to challenge that remote. But it is definitely something that we could see happen. Not outside the realm of possibility.
So I think without more fast advanced tools than what the Corp has shown so far, like even if this is to see how they run cooking in like server 1, it's still La Costa advance. Like that's all 3 clicks. There's no neurospike. There's no end of line follow up. Which means that I think if Zhao wants to, he can just kind of take this turn off and econ up. And I'm not seeing an obvious kill line. Now, if there's a moon pool being snuck out in server 5, if there's a seamless launch that was imported, like there are definitely ways you can die, but they haven't been shown yet, I think.
Absolutely. Now, if he does not draw up, however, there is that PE damage to consider with the Neurospike. So if there's any sniff of a 3/2 in the list, probably going to want to draw at least 1 card. I'm not sure what the agenda composition would be here. I'm not as familiar with these Neurospike decks. Okay, so we're getting thinking and going for server 5. It's the 3rd Spin Doctor. We'll see if that is used. There are 4 face downs. It looks like it is being popped. It looks like Malpert and one unseen card are what's going into R&D. R&D looking rather rich and thin at this point. We're seeing
If
a
there's
draw.
access to another finality in the list, there's
Yeah, finality would be a great card to close out the game here. And it looks like it might be credit perfect. No. Yes, because Ghost Tongue.
Wait,
Looks
we've
like we're
seen
seeing some more thinking here.
one finality already, and I'm not sure how many lists are actually running two or just going. I'll labor rates back when and if I need more copies.
We're seeing the remote challenge on last click. So that's a Saisaton.
I'm not sure you can afford to run through Saisaton with Banhar. So that's probably a break with Lam and Vegemont.
Absolutely.
Oh, nope,
Oh,
is going
nope.
Fire All.
Fire all. Now that's a risky move because Saisaton's other ability is online. Even with Banhar.
But sees the call of event on encounter, and Zhao obviously knows the contents of his own hand.
Oh, Fuji. Oh, wow.
And I was gonna try out the
Okay.
Fuji as something that like I'm absolutely expecting Neurospike lists to be looking at Fuji.
Okay, so it looks like Zhao did win that one.
Win before you die.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. How much time do we have left in the round here? We have about 6 minutes, it looks like. So we could see what else is available here. It looks like we're rather low on tables. Got table 4, table 24, table 6, and table 13. Otherwise, we could pop back to the standings and take a look at those. I don't believe I heard you go over the APAC pod. We can also take a look at those IDs there.
I mean, that's just the big thing I was counting on is that there's a lot more OB today than there was at APAC. In APAC, there were, I think, 3 OB players. And today it is the most common corp ID in the field.
Yeah, and by not an insignificant margin, 3 more op players than any other ID. And
I'm
it
seeing
is also
9 on NEH and 11 on OB.
Did I do my math wrong again? Tired. 2. It is the only double-digit
Yes.
ID, though. So, yeah, highly favored here. So, yeah, we're definitely seeing those regional differences, so to speak, of netrunner players across the world. Somebody commenting in our chat here that it makes sense for the UK. It's op and NBN land, and this caster wholeheartedly agrees that is true. I remember the days when the UK was known for its murderous streak in Netrunner. Even when Murder wasn't very good, they still loved their Scorched Earths and Booms, and those could not be pried from their cold dead hands. So, yes, definitely on brand for the UK to love tags and to love Wayland. All right.
All right, so of course, we're now just about through 5 rounds of Smith. Have we been looking at the side balance at all?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look here. We don't have the full reports for round 5 quite yet, so we don't have updated standings. We're still waiting on 2 matches here, but looking on the standings that we do have, obviously we have the 3 players going into round 5 that were undefeated, so even on both sides. Going down from there, let's see. The king is on a runner carry. Tulavel is on a corp carry. We're seeing Zhao on a corp carry. Ruben Peters on a runner carry. Trat, corp. So we're seeing a fairly even split as I look down here. Although that is only 4 rounds worth of data. But I am not seeing anything drastically pull ahead. I will be interested in seeing the updated standings once we have all of those reports in. I think this is the round where we're really going to see one side or the other pull away if we do not have a balanced meta. We could look at the previous pods. And
So I just went through and looked at
out.
the previous rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And so there were a total of 26 pairings for each of rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for round 1, there were 16 corp wins. Round 2, there were 17 corp wins. Round 3, there were 10 corp wins. And round 4, there were 16 corp wins. So we're looking at possibly modestly corp favored.
Yeah. That's like I was saying, fairly balanced. So a bit of a surprising result, but you love to see it. This game is best when the sides are roughly even. Probably a slight favorite to the corp would be my preference. But yeah, wow, that's quite interesting. Yeah, we're seeing a smattering of IDs too. That is another thing I really gotta commend Null Signal on really balancing the perspective corpse at least. Obviously, we're seeing some favorites as far as the runner sides go, although we have that regional flavor as we discussed previously. I am really interested in seeing the standings of these previous pods, though. Let me pull that up real quick because I am just really curious. So in the Americas pod, as I scroll down here, looking at just the top tens, we're seeing a heavy corp favor here. With the exception of our reigning world champion Arzon, who was the top of the Americas pod, having a heavy favorite towards runner, their Arizona. So that is interesting that we saw that on the Americas side. Now I am wondering if we look at APAC. In APAC, I'm not seeing too much of a heavy side imbalance. Honestly, rather balanced on that. There are some discrepancies. The top player. Definitely had more runner wins. But I'm seeing through the top 10 there are more corp wins from players ranked lower down. So, yeah, interesting balance there. All right, I think we might have pairings up here soon. The time was just called on the round. We're still waiting on those 2 reports, so maybe they have gone to time. Yeah, so what do we think about that? Just going over the results here. Looking at, there's a heavy corp favoritism on the Americas pod, but we're not seeing that in APAC or EMEA.
No, I think we're definitely seeing that in EMEA. Like if you look at, round one was 16-10, round 2 was 17-9, round 4 was 16-9. I think we're still these suggestive, but I'm not quite convinced this is conclusive for side balance. And I generally think that a little bit of corp bias is probably good overall.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I think is that it's really, I think, not an entirely settled meta from the last set of bans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could agree with that. I personally haven't gleaned a bunch of new additional knowledge of the meta since Worlds, so I'm kind of leaning on other folks that are more heavily invested here to correct me if I'm wrong. Another interesting thing to note, though, as far as the really heavy corp win statistics I'm seeing in the Americas pod, there's a huge difference in the number of IDs chosen versus this pod today. Ag and Fusion tied for the top choice in Americas, and Ag and Fusion not really being piloted today. I mean, there's 2 players on it, but it is not a very well represented ID today. I would be interested in seeing those Ag and Fusion players are near the top. So we have Dante and Ruben Peters on Ag and Fusion and doing rather well with it. Although even then, their scores are flip-flopped in terms of who's won on what side.
Mm-hmm.
So some really interesting data here. Not sure what to make of all of it.
I mean, sample size insufficient. Check back later. But
yeah, absolutely. And of course, the old oldie but goodie when it comes to scientific results, correlation doesn't equal causation, all that happy fun stuff. So probably not too much of a narrative we could build quite yet, especially with this still having quite a few rounds left to go.
All right, well, speaking of rounds, we have the round 6 pairings, and we have all of the results for round 5, so we have an update on the standings as well.
All right, let's go ahead and check those out. Okay, it does look like we no longer have any undefeated players. So it looks like
We still have 2 undefeated players.
Am I wrong? I am wrong. I'm doing my math wrong again. I'm gonna blame that on the time of day yet again. But you are correct. I am forgetting that this is not double-sided Swiss. This is in fact a single-sided Swiss tournament. So yes, 1 and 2 are currently undefeated. You are correct. We're seeing the king move up in standings. We saw the king tie the round before that we were on. So the king on 13 points. We're seeing a decent number of 12s. So we have Zhao, who we just saw, Bridgman, Chris Drivis, Jonald, Ruben Peters, and Dante. So all those players definitely in contention for the top 5 spots here. We're seeing Tulavel round out the top 10. Lots of 9s still, all the way to 26 now. I am not up on my tournament math, and as we saw earlier today, and constantly, my math is not doing so hot right now. Is 9 still in contention at all?
I think like one of the 9s might make it into contention, but at 9 you're praying that all of your opponents won out. Because you're going to need a really good strength of schedule, and you're going to need to win out yourself.
It looks like we actually do have pairings as well.
Yes, we do have pairings as well.
So I know that they were just on stream, but Zhao does have a near Earth hub. Otherwise, I see some Asmaris at table 8 and 9. We also have an Arasana at table 1, if we're interested in seeing that. It is against an op. Oh, no stream? Okay. Sounds good. Let's see here. We do have a Seb at table 13 against another PE.
Could be eyeing table 10 actually, Earth Station versus Freedom.
That one seems interesting.
Where I can see a world where sort of Freedom gets locked out and never does anything, but there's also a world where Freedom gets in early, trashes some stuff, and then Earth Station just can't find the pieces.
All right.
Is that where we're going then?
Let me check with the folks at the table. One player has agreed. Waiting for the other player. They have both agreed. So yeah, let's go ahead and go to table 10. All right. So our apologies. We were going over the standings there, so we didn't get in right at the beginning of the game. But it looks like we have a Freedom versus a Earth Station. And the players have done a little bit of setup here.
Earth Station has already gone to orbit.
It has indeed. Although that HQ not looking very secure with the Botulus on there. This is a different Freedom from the one that we saw before. This one running Kiko and the Consume engine rather than the Anacam engine. So very different. This is going to be interesting.
Ben are going down an HQ.
Yeah,
possibly a
that
desire
HQ is not secure.
for Earth Station to come back to Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a descent. Yeah, descent really good for getting rid of that
Botulus.
Botulus.
I was gonna say,
It's a great little piece of ice.
as simply as Botulus breaks descent, I think Botulus is going to be perhaps a touch sad when descent stops being descended and ascends back to the hand.
Absolutely. Wonderfully flavorful with Earth Station as well. Yeah, I think even if Banhar can get through that descent, getting rid of that Botulus is something that you most certainly want to do against a Freedom. You don't really want to give them virus counters if you can help it. That's just going to add to more trashes and more counters on Consume, which is really not something you're going to want to see. All right, so we're seeing a moshing, trashing the Twinning Devil Charm and Strike Fund. Strike Fund, a real great card to trash that moshing.
And then discarding crew to hand size.
Yeah, so crew indicating that this is probably also a Freedom Devil Charm deck like the one we saw before. But that Consume and Kiko indicating that the engine on this deck is probably different. So it's going to play differently. It's probably going to draw cards less efficiently. But it's going to have, if this engine really gets its chance to trash cards like it should, it's going to be very rich. So that same descent coming up. And a Hollow Man. Wall to wall in server 3.
Wall to wall, trash.
Yeah, lots of trashes here. Lots of trashes.
I'd almost just consider a purge here.
Yeah, that's very possible. We could see that. There would be a very, very good purge here. You really don't want to see the money up and continued breaking with Audrey and trashing. However, it's not what we saw here. Just a money up on the Earth Station side. So I would not be surprised to see Masisi go ahead and hit HQ here. Really going to press that advantage. Especially since with the buffer drive, it's now basically free. Cure and Protect. Now, this is not one that you see very often, but
Maybe the Oduduwa?
Is that what we are seeing? Does it reveal?
Yes. Cure and Protect revealed it.
Oh, yep. Okay, excellent. So it is the dude. The dude abides. Excellent. This is another piece of ice that I have not seen in decks very often. Kind of a great piece of ice, however.
So I know there's been some experimentation with the package with Logjam, because Logjam just gets incredibly strong very quickly as you keep putting advancement tokens on it. And I actually do really like the angle of the Oduduwa in Earth Station in particular, because there's so much pressure to run HQ when you have it, like when Earth Station is flipped.
That's a spicy include right there. There's a Kokujin or Konjin. Sorry. Kokujin is a player from another game I play. Anyway, it's a Konjin, and That is a spicy include here.
My understanding is that Conjure is actually a pretty common include now if you're running the package with Adudawa, because it is an encounter. You do go and encounter that ice. Which means that if you conjured someone into the Adudawa, like that's another 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 advancement counters you're putting on a piece of ice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Frequently,
So-
ideally, on a logjam. Get your logjam up
Hollow
to
Man and the Root.
10 strength, 12 strength.
Yeah, the logjam, a Dudewad combo. That's pretty good. Pretty good. We're not seeing that quite on the board yet, but definitely one to keep an eye out for. We're seeing a trash of the Hollow Man, making sure that their station player here cannot get the value off of our very scary sysop there.
Also, just seeing that sort of the economic value of freedom is it's not just being able to trash untrashable things; it's being able to trash trashable things for just less.
Yep, and keep your consume engine online so you can keep your money up. Rashida Pop. All right, so let's see if you're correct here in the ice placement here. I would sense that if there's going to be a logjam and it's been drawn, it's probably going on that remote server to make going into HQ and then going over to that server even after you've cleared the ability pretty annoying. We're seeing a descent for shuffling agendas back in.
Right now, I think the Corp would love it if you could get another one of these ice rezzed. And I think the runner's doing an excellent job here, actually just camping R&D, because Hanjin, sure, you can chuck them into Descent. What does Descent do? Not a lot, really. Like with the buffer drive, it's very cheap to break with Audrey, or you can use the... actually, I don't know how leeches... I don't know the leech interaction offhand right now, because that's... But I'm pretty sure you can leech the Descent during the Conjun encounter, I think. Don't quote me on that. But that takes it down to 0, and then you break with Audrey, or it's only 1 card to boost. It's just not a very taxing piece of ice.
Yeah, it's not. Yes, you can leech the Descent at that point because Conjun is forcing you to encounter that piece of ice. And Leech does say the ice you are encountering. So we're seeing another Leech. So this starts to become a problem for the Corp with a free archives because 2 Leeches pumping away can give Freedom a ton of counters. And then basically, once those are online and have a certain critical mass of counters, everything in the deck is trashable. Install advance. Interesting. Are we sensing an SDS here?
I am ready to see Freedom trash a big deal.
Oh yeah. Big deal. Okay, maybe not basically everything, but big deal is I think the one exception to the rule here. You got me there. All right, so we're passing it back over to the Freedom player here. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a think on the start of the turn. Low on credits, but still in a pretty decent spot.
Audrey breaks for free. There's leech counters. There's a Banhar.
Yeah, it looks like not really cooking with that consume.
So one of the really nice things that the threat of SDS does is it ideally forces a run on HQ and lets Pomax res the outer ice. Would really want that Ododoa res.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Messi just does not have 6 credits to run server 5 the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. And critically, that upgrade on HQ could be a Chrysium grid, which makes Earth Station all the more annoying. Yep, so we're seeing the Ododoa res. Getting that first counter on there, advancing the server 5 ice. Going through descent here. And I think we may see a res of this HQ upgrade. I am predicting that it's a Chrysium, but
Chrysium?
Yep, there we go. Is indeed. That is 5 to trash, and you got to get rid of it, or you're not. Yeah, not enough though. Yeah, Chrysium is tough to see here as the Freedom player and not be able to trash it. Because not only does it make it so that to flip this ID, you have to clear that Chrysium grid. No leech counters for that run. So that's really hard to see as the Freedom player. All right, so let's see what is in server 5. Or maybe we won't. Maybe we'll see a money up here. Let it cook. Oh, it is an NGO front. Yeah.
But the threat of the SDS trashing Audrey is incredibly strong.
Yeah, it really is. Audrey or Consume, although Consume, as we noticed before, hasn't made a whole lot of econ this game.
I think it's the Audrey. It's just the entirety of the breaking power. Without Audrey,
yeah, absolutely.
He can't get in.
Yep. Yeah, that was a snap install advance too. So yeah, definitely pressing the gas there, pressing the advantage. Critically, even if Freedom can get into HQ, there may not be enough econ to go over to server 5 and try to scoop whatever agenda that is, or whatever it might be. So the Corp is really incentivized here to just jam whatever they can advance in that server and just say, you won't come and get it. So definitely a bad spot to be in as the runner currently. So many threats on the board that you just have to deal with, or you're not going to be able to get anything going here.
So now R&D is still pretty soft. Kanjin is certainly a problem, but there's always the out of just win the Psy game.
Yep, for sure, for sure. Yeah, that is soft right now. R&D looking a little thin. Not quite where you want to be for guaranteed points, but definitely much richer than
I mean, R&D looks
than the
incredibly
starting
rich right
game.
now. There are no
Yeah.
scores so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You could be sensing that there is some in hand. But yeah, R&D is probably a good hit here, at least to maybe try to get that engine going online. There's nothing really that Kanjin can run you into that's going to hurt too much. I mean, worst it's going
The
to do.
Odudawa, you get right into the Odudawa, and another 2 advancements go down on the logjam in server 5.
Yeah. Yeah, but worst it's going to do is end the run. I mean, you're not going to die. Maybe
You're not going to
worth
counter
it
it
to
enough
get some
the
hits.
watch the counter and take 3 net damage, and yeah.
So we're seeing a crew and a devil charm here, so probably looking to get rid of that.
Absolutely.
Oh, dude, wow. Yeah, and the dude no longer abides. So HQ looking a little softer here. So
Audrey breaks descent. There'll be 2 leech counters for the successful run, and Freedom can trash the Chrysium using the leech counters.
no, I don't think that there will be counters for a successful run because Chrysium is res.
Oh, it's Chrysium. Yeah.
Yep. But it is getting trashed.
That's doing bad math. I was thinking Freedom needed 5 to trash because that's the trash cost. But no, it's
Oh, that's the SES though. And hitting that Audrey, like you said. Yeah, so not looking good here, but we're seeing another Audrey.
Second Audrey coming down.
Okay. Critically, the Freedom player here has not scored though. They've had to spend a lot of time and resources just trying to keep this board from getting out of control. Looking pretty good with those leeches
board is
and
looking
consume now
pretty
finally
under
pumping away.
control now.
Yeah. Yeah, that SES hit not as damaging as it could have been.
I mean, Banhar's doing an incredible amount of work on this board state.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keeping the Audrey getting in for the trashes, and then Audrey keeps itself going.
Yeah, another neat thing here with the buffer drive is that you can actually get back that Ashen epilogue. So if the Freedom player does run out of deck, they're not too concerned.
I can't believe the Ashen is actually known to be the bottom card right now.
Oh, I missed that. Yep. You're right. It's not currently in the heap.
Very silly casts. Actual money going.
Yep. Yeah, trying to press the advantage on R&D here.
He's a nice little force with the runner at 0 credits. It's very easy to get whatever result you want out of the Psy game.
Okay, yep. So we saw a logjam trash. So logjam confirmed in the deck.
As we're seeing the corp here just elect to pay 1 credit to go force the descent encounter and tax out some variety of resource.
Yep, trying to keep that Audrey low on counters. That is going to get rather expensive over time. But at this point, may be worth it just to reestablish board state.
So I think Spox is possibly looking to. There's probably not enough ice to double ice R&D, like because Archives is open and the leeches.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an end the run. Just forcing the corp to spend money here. So basically saying, hey, you think you're going to tax me? Well, I'm going to go ahead and tax you.
When tax you, yeah. We will see whether this click for credit trade was.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Going for the double.
The double ice, yeah.
Double ice R&D.
And the hedge fund.
Yeah, I guess all of Audrey's breaking does come from its own.
So it's
Virus
possible
counters.
we see a purge out next turn.
I'm thinking purge out next turn.
Mm-hmm. Try to keep the Audrey out. Now that you have both double iced, it's a lot harder for the Banhar to get the Audrey in. See another cast come down. Masisi trying to get that money, right?
Being a border control.
Pretty good card against this deck. Definitely allows you to try to double tax those Audrey counters. And Earth Station can keep that online for longer. This is a pretty rich-looking purge at this point. Oh, we're seeing a thimble rig. And Audrey's going to break the descent here.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the tough thing. You know, if Freedom can still get in somewhere. Oh, as the Freedom player, you're not unhappy to see points, but you might actually have wanted something to trash more so.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I really like the include of the thimble rig here. It's a very, very cheap import of the influence, and with the sort of
Boomerang's coming down.
Kanjin, Odudawa, and I'm still presuming a logjam setup. There's a bunch of ice that you want in like actual specific positions eventually, and thimble rig is a very influence efficient way of getting them there.
Oh wow! So if that is a logjam on HQ there, that is very annoying.
I'm seeing operation asset upgrade. Ice. I'm seeing 4. Yeah, that'd be a 7 strength logjam, but possibly with the 2-credit tax, resing the Thimble Rig, not willing to res yet. Not willing to purge yet. If he can't res both the R&D and HQ ices. So that could be one of the...
I still think that we might be having the corpse set up for a purge here, but
I think the setup for a
we'll
purge now,
see.
that there's more ice down, and 8 credits is possibly enough to res the logjam plus the R&D ice.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. A thimble rig on the empty server. Isolating the boomerang. So we're seeing a think on the last click here. Probably thinking about cracking that consume at this point. If they're sensing a purge, might as well take the 4 credits for the 1 click.
I was going to say, possibly thinking about just popping the Ashen now.
Oh, yeah.
Enough beacons coming in from the daily casts that Messi will be able to enjoy the cards next turn.
Okay, we got the purge.
All right, looking at the RFPs from the Ashen. We're seeing the spare Audrey. We're seeing a labor rights. We're not seeing... None of the crews got hit, so there's still at least 3 more crews this game, potentially.
Yep, one of the devil charms. So, no, that was the one used before. Got a twinning. We got a tree line.
Which I think just gets fired.
Yep, it looks like Banhar was used.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're building some leech counters here. I'm not going to be able to get back in there again, though.
Next turn with Banhar again is...
Okay, so a bit of a build turn on the runner side there. Descent being added back to HQ.
So I really like this. This is a way to both move the logjam in where it can't be Banhard as easily.
Yeah, you're definitely happy to keep it on there for a turn though, because it's still 3 cards for that Banhar hit, but definitely more useful lower on HQ for sure.
I think one of the real problems here is the corp is poor enough that resing all of this ice is expensive.
So one of those was a strike fund. And an SES.
Feed a leech to it. Or consume. Actually, I think consume. I think you feed the consume.
Yeah, it looks like they're thinking about what's going to get trashed here. So he's got a really tough decision to make. I would agree. The consume is probably the least valuable thing at this point. Yep. Paladin going up to 3 credits critically. However, lots of targets to keep Paladin around, and you might just get rid of your boomerang. It's isolated at this point anyway. So we're going to see what's on top of R&D. Trying to press the advantage here. Okay, and just a money up on the corpse side. Possible we see another build turn from the runner. Although I would not be shocked to see a single run here somewhere to keep the pressure up.
Actually, install off this, I think. Yeah, that's a misclick on the crew as the card being picked and not the card being buffered driven to
I think we might be getting a close to time call here.
Indeed, it's the 5-minute mark.
Yep. So Axu doing work today. Shoutouts to Axu, one of the NSG OP members, helping run this tournament today. We really appreciate our NSG OP members and all they do for us. All right, so, okay, yep. That 1 run per turn, keeping the pressure on here. Basically predicting that
crew
outer
double
can be
charm, and
rezzed.
that actually gets through our 8 strength logjam.
Yep, it gets rid of it too.
And I think this position is pretty untenable for Earth Station at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking strong in the early game, especially with that Chrysium and how the Server 5 was looking. But Masisi is showing basically if you hold back and play a control game, sometimes even, go for broke on control, that you can make an end game that's pretty untenable for the Corp to try and win out on. Still some outs for Earth Station here, but they're rapidly dwindling. Especially with those leeches pumping up. Oh, and that Chrysium hit. I think that's huge. Yeah, you want to get rid of that Chrysium before it gets installed and possibly rezzed. So one of the few times you really want to trash a rezzable before it gets installed anywhere, but Chrysium's definitely one of those. Although, Freedom kind of wants to trash everything, so what am I talking about?
Line being used to triple advance the HQ ice, possibly setting up another logjam. That would take it to 7, which is a somewhat awkward breakpoint for Audrey. Though with all of these leech counters, it's still
it's gonna be
very
tough to
approachable.
purge again. Yeah. R&D's really not that scary at this point. It's looking really rich. The agendas have to be somewhere. They're not in archives. There may be one in HQ, but everything else has got to be in R&D. So I really like this poke right here. This definitely could just close out the game.
And there remains absolutely nothing scary to conjure into.
And we might be seeing a break on the tree line here. And yeah, just seeing the top card.
Which is like sort of, this is the other end of Kanjin. As much as Kanjin can be a second copy of your biggest ice for really cheap.
Mm-hmm.
If your biggest ice is a thimble rig or a tree line, it's a second copy it's a second copy 2/3 of the time for the same cost or slightly more, which is...
We're seeing time in the round. There's not a way to score any points even to tie this, I don't think, unless there is a cheeky audacity in this list. And we're seeing a card draw, so I just don't think that it is there. All right, it looks like we're seeing a concede. Yeah, so that was an interesting game. Definitely a clinic on, not throwing up your hands and saying things are lost when the game looks heavily in one side's favor. I gotta say, really early on, it looked like Earth Station was doing everything that it wanted to do. That Chrysium, that remote being flipped over. Yeah.
I actually felt that at many points Earth Station was very close to just sort of assembling the prison.
Yeah, absolutely. But we saw Misisi just get in where they could. He did what he needed to do. Kept his head about him and just basically took apart the things that were going to make that prison really work. And so it did fall apart. Left the Earth Station player with very few outs after that was all disassembled. So really interesting game. Really showing a lot of teaching moments there. All right, let's look at our pairings real quick and see. We're waiting on one more report. It's just the King and Bridgman. Okay, so I think there's going to be a slight break after this round. Am I correct?
Yes, I believe we're going into a break after round 6.
Yep.
I believe that's either 30 or 40 minutes. I can't remember offhand.
It's break ends approximately 33 minutes from now. I've got a timer on the screen, so let's go ahead and hop off, throw it to some music, and get up and stretch. What do you say?
Sounds good.
All right, sounds good to me.
All right, we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. The last couple rounds of the EMEA pod for the Circuit Breaker Invitational. Just less than a couple of hours' time, we'll have our final roster. Well, perhaps final roster of Top Cut heading into next weekend. And we are about to get underway with round 7 here. Just double checking with our
Yep, and we will be streaming Table 2.
Table 2. Excellent. So this is Chris Drivas on the outfit versus Alpi on Lat. Let's pull back the curtain and take it away.
All right, we're seeing Alpha Tier with the, I think, relatively good opening with that immediate too big to fail. Getting that bad publicity rolling, getting that credit total rolling also. 15 very, very healthy.
Yeah, you definitely want to pour on the gas. The weird thing about the outfit is that you really want to use those spin doctors to pour on gas. They're not really an agenda mitigation and recursion tool so much as they are just draw me more cards.
This is going to be a Swift flat, so we're probably looking at a deep dive end game.
Yeah, that's absolutely something that we could be looking at. And one of the things that we may be seeing on HQ here is Mavirus, of course, but you could be seeing Chrysium just to eat a click to kill those deep dive turns.
And of course, deep dive is very high value against bad publicity because bad publicity pays out once per run, and on a deep dive turn, you're making a 3 run. So that can really, any amount of bad publicity can really defray the cost of making those giant deep dives.
Yeah, as an outfit deck, you're not really excited to see a deep dive deck. I have first-hand experience with this at the most recent Worlds and the Crown of Surgers event.
Well, I do know that
that
Lat in general has a bit of a reputation of a, like, you set up, you credit for a while, and then eventually close the game out. And outfit is not a slow deck.
Absolutely, and that's why we're seeing aggressive use of the spin doctors here. Basically, you want to make sure that before the Simul chip and SMC engine hits the table, that you can score out a bunch of agenda points, because then you can actually, interestingly enough, slow roll the final score if you've got Atlas counters.
Mm-hmm.
So an above the law, did the above the law trash anything?
No, it's just a 3/2
Okay, so just points.
And we were just talking about how the outfit needs to go fast, and scoring an agenda is faster than not scoring an agenda on any given turn.
Absolutely. That Tucana there also doing a little bit of work. I go back and forth on whether or not I like this in outfit. But it allows you to clicklessly get ice down. And you really want to single ice all your servers with outfit against some of these decks, especially the deep dive ones. LP really seeing that as well and getting rid of that Tucana. Not wanting to get a second fire on there, which is very possible because this deck probably plays a full complement of hostile, yeah. And we're seeing it right there, I think. Yep. You really want to keep your money up too, especially if this is a deck that threatens punitives, which some of these outfits do.
This is a very healthy credit total at 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing the full engine of Lat come out, though, including that SMC. So now you have to ask yourself if there
is there a clot?
Clot, yep.
I know Klotz was definitely not that popular at Worlds, but we've seen a little bit of an outfit resurgence, I think, trying to prey on that perhaps. And we will see if the Klotz have started to return home to Control Shaper. Control, Magnet. And seems to be still being paid for entirely with imaginary credits. Between the bad
Very
publicity
interesting.
and the overclock. SMC frequently feels so incredibly good into bad publicity.
Yeah, we're seeing the outfit on 5 bad publicity already.
So, I mean, the good news is that the regulatory captures are to advancement agendas.
So Rashida, even more gas there. Attacking HQ again.
The bad news, of course, is that all of these servers are very porous at this point.
Yeah, that was a Crisium. Yeah, we're not seeing any Simul chip or SMC on the table, though. So if there are ways to install advance and score...
Or this regulatory
so
capture.
you see rate cap right there. So this is going to be a quick game no matter what. As the lat player, you probably need to make sure that the top of R&D is clean. Otherwise, you can just give up the game.
Top of R&D just needs to be locked in perpetuity at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, another reg cap ends it.
Okay, I like this burner setting up. Just bottom them both, I think. Yeah. And now just lock the top of R&D.
That's probably what we're going to see happen.
I guess. Yeah, there's the credits to run back. Yeah, if this is last click, whatever it is, even if I can afford to trash it, I'm not. So finding an Atlas is, I think, actually really unfortunate there. Because finding Atlas breaks R&D lock. So I would have almost liked to see the runner maybe run back last click instead of taking the Nuka cards. Archer res. Interesting. Archer fire all. That is interesting to me. I would have thought about revolvering at least the trash subroutines.
Hostile is a good way to bait out a clot. Definitely one of those ones that you want to install and advance. You only give a point.
It is a good way to bait clot, but also with the forfeit of the hostile to res the archer, like 2 agendas needed to be scored.
Yeah.
So stopping one of them and then coming in and taking it, I think would have been fine, even if what you stopped was hostile. I was saying the bad publicity value coming in, installing this echelon for free.
Excuse me.
Trying to draw, continuing to set up.
Echelon is going to get some good value against this archer.
Mm-hmm. Potentially Chrysium going down in the route. Or is Tucana remote only? Yes, Tucana is remote only. I'm not sure why you'd put it on R&D regardless, but I mean, that spot is going to be good against Archer, but it's still 7 to break. There's 6 bad pubs, so you're paying 1 real credit there, then you're paying another 5 on the trebuchet.
Oh, we're going to get some Steve value here. Yeah. Both players know that the game is in R&D, but you do have to keep that HQ clear just in case. You got to keep your opponent honest. It's also the easiest server to get into right now, and well, Archives is, but it's the easiest server with potential value. Plus, it's basically for free with that bad publicity.
I will say, if another Icebreaker comes down and boosts that echelon again, the numbers on getting into R&D start looking so much better if you get to skip paying the 3 to boost twice, because that is where so much of the cost is.
Yeah. So Chris Jervis probably looking to close out this game pretty soon here. Otherwise, that deep dive is coming. And
A deep dive is coming. It's going to be Pinhole. Oh, I like this. Pinhole the Chrysium, and then the Chrysium can't stop the R&D run deep dive.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to see a deep dive to try to close it out. Now, traditionally, these outfit decks only run one or two
SDS?
5/3s.
5/3s, yeah.
So not a bad percentage to hit it, though, in 23 cards remaining.
Well, I mean, there'll be the extra click from Steve, but yeah, that's... Or not from Steve, from Swift.
Yeah, the extra click could also close it out. Yep. So we got a hostile.
Stealing a hostile off the top of R&D also makes the odds much better. But that is a whiff.
Yeah, it totally is. Wow.
And not only is that a whiff, that is a whiff that shuffles R&D.
So we could see a check on the top or another deep dive.
We could.
But it's just creative. That's it. All right.
One other spicy thing I saw in that deep dive set was there was a ganked in there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
For the record, I was a credit short for a second deep dive.
Oh, we had an under the bus DJ Fenris. 7 bad pub though. border control on HQ. Just looking to drain clicks here.
So possibly there's an agenda in HQ that needs protecting. And if that's a right cap, that is game either way.
Yeah, it's a 1 and 4. 1 and 3 now.
So LP possibly feels compelled to just run HQ
Keep that HQ clean.
and possibly come back again.
Probably contemplating trying to keep the top of R&D clear.
Decides he just wants money.
Oh,
draw.
no, we're seeing more corp draw.
No actual win there. But
More
just
corp
gonna
draw.
draw up. I think this is almost at this point just playing the odds is border control, draining a click again. And again, find the agenda in these 5 cards or lose. Is the implicit threat being presented?
Might be just a 1 and 5 now.
Could be a 2 and
Still 1 and
5. Could
5.
be
2 and 5, yeah.
another Atlas in there.
We saw a pause before the ice placement, so it's very possible that it is in hand. And we're having a little bit of a think here.
And without another icebreaker coming down to bring this echelon to 6 strength, locking R&D, even with 7 bad publicity, is costly.
Absolutely. Hedge fund. I think we're going to see another go at... Oh, no, we're not.
That'll work again.
So let's see if Christopher Rivas has. Nope, doesn't look like it. So we're seeing an install in server 3 and then something over top HQ. We're seeing another Archer res. What do we think is in server 3? Is that a Rashida?
I don't know. There's no money to do.
We're seeing a go at R&D.
I think they ganked, but there's no. Oh right, gank doesn't cost a fire. It's just go fight that archer.
Okay, wow. So that is a costly in terms of resources, but still doable. We're seeing an archives run and probably a deep dive.
Deep dive hostile.
Asking for actions. Deep dive and
Red cap.
there's a red cap.
2 red caps.
Atlas, yep.
And an Atlas.
And
That'll be game.
Wow. That was a wild game. You saw the outfit player really struggling to keep up with the pressure of Lat, but doing a decent job of it, presenting a lot of questions that Lat had to answer. Unfortunately, for M, Alp was able to answer all of those questions fairly well. So we did see a really good Archer res mid game. The whiff on the deep dive was huge. Really kept Chris Rivas in it, and I wonder what was in server 3. I'm really curious now, though. Oh, probably at that SDS.
It must be the SDS. I'm just looking at this post game screen and looking at the credits gained 199.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of credits. All right. Let's see how much time we got left in the round.
Yeah, we
It
should have
looks
enough
like
time to go
4
find.
minutes. So
Another
who we
match to
got?
watch.
Let's see. Any matches here that you might want to take a look at?
I think pretty good with whatever right now.
Okay, we have Essence and Watzlaw on table 5. Are they okay to stream?
I'll hop in and see. Yes, we are good on table 5. All right, so we're seeing Asmari EdTech versus Hoshiko Shiro. Moderately developed game state, although not a whole lot of agenda points scored so far. Big things I'm noticing right away. Watzlaw is very baroque, being at 0 credits.
I would have to assume that has to do with the Oppo research that we are seeing in the bin there.
Clearing off the tags, probably. We're seeing a lot of tag emphasis here out of this Asmari EdTech. There's a ping res, there's an unsmiling Serevna res.
Yep. Also, 2 servers, not something super common in Asmari. You don't generally see that, but we do see that here today.
And apparently I am really bad at counting because I'm counting 46 cards for Asmari, which would be a very bizarre number.
And extremely bizarre.
So I'm going to go recount and see if I arrive at a different number.
So we're seeing a virtual service agent on that remote. If it's not broken with a decoder, virtual service agent does give you a tag. However, the subroutine is only the runner loses 1 credit.
Yeah, so I recounted and I'm still getting 46. So I'm not quite sure. There's 2 spins out and the tomorrow headline. 49. Okay, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I just looked at those myself and was like, okay, yeah, 49.
Yeah, 2 spins in the tomorrow headline that are in places I wasn't counting. So this is definitely probably a bit of a different direction for Asmari because there's been a lot of the re-education kill Asmari, which is occasionally going even all the way down to 40 cards, foregoing the sort of extra padding to get the combo down as lean as possible, and that is clearly not not the angle here.
Behold in server 4. That is devastating to see as the runner.
So this might still be some kill flavor, but there's not a lot of credits to kill with.
Yeah, absolutely. Going low on credits to fire that Behold for sure.
Although Planogram is +3 from 0, and your digital life is +3 also. So
Yep.
this could be credits into double end of the line.
Could be. We are seeing all of the predictive planograms in the bin though. So we would
yes,
have
there's still a your digital life.
we would have to see your digital life. Yep. The hand size is up though, so your digital life paying out pretty huge. Seeing a run on server 2. Checking this out. Obviously one upgrade there. Yep, Hollow Man.
Hollow Man?
Something you expect to see. And then
Oracle
Oracle
Think
Think Tank. Giving another tag.
So even if there's no kill here, that Oracle Think Tank might not be long for the runner's score area.
Yeah, absolutely. Just remove a tag, shuffle it back. We're seeing a Class Act come down to possibly dodge end of the
Dodge
line
double
kill.
into the line. Because that's absolutely what I'm worried about here.
For sure.
If I were Watchlav.
Or you're worried about the Mindscaping end of the line kill as well.
True.
So the real question is, can those tags all get removed the next turn?
I mean, there'll be 2 troops coming in off of
yes.
daily cast, so that's at least 3 going, and 1 is safe if you have a hand size of 4.
Yeah, the next question would probably be if you're thinking and sensing that there's going to be a full clear, do you try to get value off of it in some other way? Do you shuffle back the Oracle or perhaps trash some of the cards on the other side? And it looks like we're just going for credits. So possibly not Essence not seeing what he needed or wanted. Just deciding to go for credits, and now we're seeing some think on the discard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is still like clearing all of this is still costing the runner a ton of tempo. But there's not necessarily anything that Essence on the Corp is really taking advantage of with the time.
The runner was not at 8 credits because of the Hoshiko credit loss.
Right. But 5 cards in hand, 1 tag, very safe in to a lot of setups. I mean, there might be a double Angelique into end of the line angle that kills, but
yeah, very unlikely. All right, so we're seeing Essence have a bit of a think here. He's probably going through the lines here. The runner does not have a ton of resources as far as what's in the pool right now. However, those fermenters are going to tick up next turn. We are going to see daily cast come down for 2. So not completely resourceless, can get rid of that tag.
I mean,
So
the other
this
thing
probably-
is Hoshiko. That was a turn off. Hoshiko's flipped, and that means that the flip back on Hoshiko is going to again come with the 2 credits
Mhm.
on the next access, which will be another little bit to help Watchlav rebuild their board.
So we're probably seeing we're seeing Essence, I think, consider here whether or not tags can get stuck. The moves to drain more resources, potential kill lines if this is a kill deck.
Possibly think about whether he wants to shuffle the Oracle Think Tank back in, since it's not clear that there'll be another chance imminently.
Yeah, so it is possible we do see that too. Yep. Oracle Think Tank. A little bit underrated when it first came out, but doing work these days. We are seeing an end of the line. Is that an end of the line just for value?
Value end of the line. So I also think there's one thing I have experimented with, some especially into some of these sort of more mulch adjacent Toshikos, is yes, this was checking. All labor rights are now in the heap. If there is not an Ashen, there is no recursion.
So just value to get the labor rights gone, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's a line I've experimented with. At some points, I've never been entirely convinced one way or the other. But especially when we were very much in the mulch meta, like you'd end up playing against these runners, and they'd have a hand of 3 that was labor rights, labor rights, labor rights. And if you can come in with net damage, with meat damage at that point, and trash their recursion while their recursion's all concentrated in their hand, it could generate some really incredible blowouts where they just like you're going, okay, I'm setting up to grind, and then you just throw out all their recursion. They're like, I've got nothing left to grind with. What do I do?
Okay, so we're seeing a run on HQ here. So this definitely is a kill deck. We've seen the end of the line. There is another end of the line in hand. So Watchlav has to be careful here.
Actually, I just ran the math. With the class act showing, like that's 5 influence right there. 5 influence, 3 symbol chips is 6. That's 11, and a revolver is 14. There is no Ashen. Like guaranteed, there is no Ashen.
Okay, so no recursion, and we're sitting on 3 cards in stack. And we have a false lead scored. Oh, that's huge. Going broke for it, though. Both players really drained on resources, although the Hoshiko player here sitting on big fermenters. So
Yeah, Watchlav has
can
a lot
crack those.
of latent credits in these fermenters. But
probably can't keep those going forever. They do become a juicy target at some point. So checking R&D. Getting a Spin Doctor.
but probably at least another
That's
turn
the
or 2.
third Spin Doctor.
Essence probably has to just credit.
Cracking the big fermenter. Coming back. Behold. But no money to fire it. So that's a good hit. Probably coming back to R&D one more time. No, not risking it. Not risking that tag.
Yeah, coming back and hitting another Oracle Think Tank would be pretty awkward, probably.
So Essence does the start of turn draw. Let's see if we get a YDL here.
That'd be credit, YDL. Essence just needs money. Credit.
We're seeing a think here.
Mindscaping.
It's a mindscaping. Okay. Interesting. Probably calculating whether or not a kill is likely with this. Only 2 additional credits, but it allows you to control the top of R&D, which is also huge. So you don't want something on top that's trashable. You don't want something on top that's an agenda, obviously. But yeah. The alternate mode of mindscaping does not come up very often, but when it does, it can sometimes be pretty clutch.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in chat pointing out that there might be in those last 2 cards or in the hand a buffer drive for additional recursion.
There could be a buffer drive. That's a very reasonable shout.
We are seeing runners start to favor buffer drive, even though the Slums cast did recommend against it over a year ago.
Favor coming down.
What do we know? We're
enters the ping
players.
pretty cleanly. Putting out a bit of central's pressure.
Yep. Checking HQ here. Definitely assuming that R&D cannot be hit because of that mindscaping. Could be a behold on top. Could be, something that's not trashable. So HQ makes a lot of sense.
I think the behold looks awfully expensive to fire.
Absolutely does. Unsmiling though, we're seeing unsmiling come up.
This will be a card to Audrey for the boost. Let's the runner key in 2. Okay, so this is.
So as the runner here, I would assume you probably want to break the tag just to keep
You.
them very poor.
I think you take the tag.
I think
you break the net. There's a click left to clear. Watchlaw possibly considers just jacking out instead of possibly touching Oracle Think Tank. Mm-hmm. If they're really worried about floating tags. But I think with the corp at 0 credits, that's just not scary.
Mm-hmm. It's a degree mill. I think that's the game.
Degree mill, that is the game, yes.
Yeah, you just shuffle back. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's GG.
Oh, I was going to shout out Orbital Superiority as a option for the kill combo with the tags, and then got distracted.
Mm-hmm. Us orbitals, we are indeed superior. Anyway, yeah, orbital superiority is a really good payoff in this deck. For sure, because you can there's several ways to combo it.
It's also very nice because it's a scorch and not an end of the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely doesn't remove that tag. Yep. Wow, pretty good game there. We saw both players make some really interesting moves. Watslav able to thread that needle though with the tags and the threats though. Really impressed to see a value end of the line. Not one of the things that I've seen very often, but you're right. Hitting the labor rights with that that was in fact what happened. I checked the log. That was one of the labor rights was hit. during that value end of the line. So
Yeah, I believe 2 were already in the heap, and the class act was showing on the table, which means that and the chips were in the heap, which means that there was the influence all accounted for, that guaranteed no Ashton. Which I thought was a really nice angle that didn't quite end up working out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like those planograms being in the heap, or archives rather, may have just been a killer as far as the low credit totals that the Asmar player had to go to try and get a hold of the game.
All right, looks like round 7 is just about finished, and we are waiting on one final match to conclude. At the top of the table.
So I think we're looking at one undefeated player now.
So it is technically possible that there will still be 2 players that have not lost at the end of round 7.
Okay.
This would happen, of course, if Pouch of Lavender and the King go to time and it ends in a draw, because we have seen the King draw once before, and Pouch of Lavender is currently win streaking.
Gotcha.
So if they draw, we will have a case where neither of the top 2 players has lost yet.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Technically correct. The best kind of correct. All right. So yeah, we're waiting on that. Yeah, the King doing pretty well, drawing out that one game, but being really high in the standings here, nearing the close of the rounds. So we'll see if he can keep it up here, getting pretty close to being a lock for this, especially if that's reported as a win. But we will see. Lots of players after round 6 were sitting at 15, many at 12, 12 going all the way down to 17th place. We're seeing the King report a win. And we're just waiting on that report for Watslav and Essence. It doesn't look like it's in quite yet, but I would assume that they're going to report that pretty soon here. Okay, yep, and we do have the report in on the channel, and it is now locked and loaded in Cobra.
All right, so we have our standings after 7 rounds.
Okay, King has gone to the top of the Swiss bracket here, looking pretty good for a lock. Pouch of Lavender. Pouch of Lavender, it looks like has lost that game, ending the winning streak. So we are sitting in a situation where technically the top of our Swiss is undefeated, but has not won all games. So very interesting result there.
Doing some quick cut math. The King is a lock. He's guaranteed top 5. 2 through 4, I think can ID and lock, but unless they're paired up against each other, whoever they're paired against has no incentive to accept the ID.
Yeah, so it looks like the real battles are gonna be between those 15s.
Be between the 15s.
And a 15 has no incentive to accept my ID from a 18.
Correct.
At
Yes.
this point. So none of the 15s, it looks like, will be IDing.
So
Oh,
it's at 15 it has to be win your match and hope that everyone with better strength of schedule than you lost theirs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So going into this round, Bridgman is looking pretty good here with their tiebreakers. He's got, looks like, the highest of the 15s that I can see. All right. We do have our round 8 pairings up. Okay, so
It looks like Alpi was the 18-point player that got paired down.
Mhm.
Which means that he will absolutely need to play his match and win his match.
Mm-hmm. All right. We do have Bridgman and Eden on table 6 if they're okay to stream. Those are some interesting IDs. It's Seb and Built to Last on table 6 there.
All right, I'll hop in and ask once the table is up.
Kind of an interesting quirk, and I wonder what would happen here. So Jantuno, the reigning circuit breaker, is playing in this EMEA pod, and I do wonder if the circuit breaker is in the top 5. Where does that invite go? Because the reigning circuit breaker is automatically invited to the top 16 for this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So does it just roll down to the next place? I don't know if that's been addressed.
I think Jantuno can just take 2 slots in the top 16.
I'm not sure that that's how that works, but
Play
sure.
themselves.
It could play 2 games at once, but if it gets matched against itself, that's where I think we're going to run into issues.
Yeah, I would say that it is a good enough player that it possibly could play 2 games at once. I would believe that. All right. Do we know if we have that table up now?
That table has just been created. I'm hopping in to ask.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, one of the things I do like about the top 5 in all of these pods is it does become a little bit more of a cutthroat cut, which for the Circuit Breaker Invitational, I would have to say is perfectly on point, kind of perfectly on brand. I know as the Netrunner community, we generally like to be a little bit less cutthroat. We love to be inclusive, but the whole point of this circuit breaker is to try to find the best of the best, really have the highest level of competition. It's one of the few invitational events that Netrunner has on its entire calendar. So I really like the structure that OP came up with for this year with the multiple pods and that top 5 cut. It does really interesting things to the cut math.
All right, we are good to stream on table 6.
All right, perfect. Let's get in.
We are seeing Wayland Consortium Built to Last versus Sebastiao. This is a 64 card Sebastião, which is the absolute first thing that jumps out to me.
Wow. Say that again, but slower. I'm digesting that still. That is.
So this is a 64 card Sebastião.
My mind is blown. Aggressive right away. Master Chesvo.
A very good piece of ice in Built to Last, and a bit improv, and I don't think it's seen a whole lot of play in any other shells, but hey, it's got a home where it's good. And,
Oh, yeah,
and I
absolutely.
think that's a great place for cards to be.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in Built to Last, it's one of the best cards in the deck. It's cheap to res, really a pain for the runner to deal with. You're happy to use your ID ability on it.
Mm-hmm.
Friend of a friend coming down.
The labor rate's going into the bin, but absolutely no hurry on having access to that.
Bridgman aggressively building a remote here. Saying the price. I would have to predict that Banhar is what we're grabbing, but I could be wrong. Nope.
It probably has to be
Looks like
Banhar.
Yeah.
I certainly think for a bit about DJ Fenris, just because if I don't get him now, he's not getting got. But Banhar's usually just too fundamental to how your deck actually functions.
Yeah, and it's a 47 card stack at this point, so finding your next Banhar is gonna be difficult.
Exactly.
We are seeing a moshing. I would predict that this Seb is probably playing a 3x of the Banhar. Just because, as you said, it's such a fundamental card to a lot of Anarch game plans.
Chad is reporting that. Okay, there we go. Border control res. Bridgman going all the way down to 1 credit. But the border control is predicting a Rashida. Rashida's going to fire if Bridgman wants more credits. There's potentially lines like Advance the Message Chesvo and then Hedge Fund. Almost said Shore Gamble. That is, in fact, not quite the right card.
Although I have used Sure Gambles in my corp decks sometimes as proxies.
Mm-hmm. We know that the card left in server 2 is an upgrade because it was in there with Rashida. What are we thinking? Are we thinking Tucana? Are we thinking Malapert? Those are the first things that come to mind for me.
Tucana, it could also be a Biovault.
It could be a Bivault.
Biovault, I believe, was used in the Sokka list.
How's the very Glacier list with the Clearinghouse from last Worlds, I want to say? That was a while ago.
I believe the Barcelona and San Francisco decks were very, very similar.
Okay.
A couple of cards difference. And yes, I believe Biovault did feature into that. And I believe Bridgman is a testing partner of Sokka. So wouldn't be surprised to see these lists be very similar.
We are seeing 2 remotes, but since one of them is Spin Doctor, I'm not...
NGO? Tucana. Yep.
So we do see 2 remotes, but since one of them is a Spin Doctor, I'm not giving a lot of credence to this not being Glacier built to last.
Oh yeah. I would not expect this deck to go very wide. I would expect it to go quite tall. Also, with the Banhars and the SS floating around and a lot of the ways that Anarch is getting into servers, tall servers are looking pretty good these days if you can make that strategy work.
Having 2 ice on servers can definitely blunt a lot of the impact of Banhar.
So we're seeing a
Still,
solidarity badge come down.
the additional draw power, I think is the primary goal. Lot of cards to get through in its deck.
Install advance in server 3. Is that
Maybe another
that's
NGO?
gotta be
Could
just
be the
an
bluff of all
NGO.
time.
And what's in server 2? Interesting. Okay. We're seeing a hot pursuit come into HQ here.
Pursuit's the one that gives 9 credits at a tag. And then there's the friend of a friend to remove the tag. Scrubber coming down.
Scrubber's an interesting one.
And ships the turn on a tag.
Well, so
Yeah.
as an additional cost to trash a connection resource,
Right. The
does
compressor
have to trash a card
yeah,
from
yeah.
HQ.
Right. Sub has text that.
Yeah, Seb's ability is a little mean. Those are all connections that are trashable over on the other side. So, not looking so good to trash any of those. Although, you may consider
Banhar
if you
still
have
looks
a card.
very.
Yeah, since you get to choose, yeah, you're right. Banhar is such high value and key to the strategy that, yeah. But we're not seeing the trash at all. We're just seeing stacking in server 2. So we will see the tag clear. Server 2 being targeted by Banhar. There is a border control, though, there, however. So whatever that ice is on top, if it can end the run, I mean, border control itself actually ends the run right now. So it doesn't even have to be popped, technically. But if a fractor comes down, and that's anything other than a barrier up top, you need to get 2 things other than that Banhar to get in.
Yeah, I got sidetracked briefly because I read Seb's ability, and that's one that's additional cost to trash connection resource with the basic action. And I thought to myself, is All Seeing Eye still the card pool? And the answer is no, it's rotated. But
yeah. Data and Destiny there. So server 2 score, it looks like, with the Tucana.
Eminent Domain, Archer. Archer on server 2, yep.
Just trying to make it a Turbo Glacier there. Wow.
And Winchester on the outside of HQ.
Oh, that Tucana and Eminent Domain value just, 2 ice. Tasty.
Is there pretty...
is counting on R&D not to give up the goods, though.
I mean, if there's another agenda in HQ, like just jam it onto the Tucana next turn, advance it out, score it, and then, especially if it's another Eminent Domain, that'll shore up R&D. But even if it isn't, that'll shore up R&D as it goes and finds ice and puts it on R&D.
Both of these both of these giving you a huge amount of value too. Searching the deck for the pieces of ice that you want and then making them cost either nothing or 3 less. So you're right. If it's another eminent domain, you just shore up R&D with your best ice. So likely we'll see the Spindo popped here, I would think.
Yeah, there's a scrubber, so I think there's... If there's not the scrubber, I at least think about is trashing Eden's credits down to 7 something that's important, but there's still the Solidarity badge, so I think it's just pop the Spin Doctor.
The Archer being the top of Server 2 is also huge. Just with Banhar, yeah, sure, it gets you in, but that is 4
cards. And it doesn't get you in because there's the border control behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just the border control behind it, but there's probably no efficient way to get into this Server 2 for...
But I know I was watching the stream for... I can't remember if it was APAC or Americas, but I was watching one of the earlier pod streams, and there was a Anansi that got run through just with cards 3 or 4 times in a game. And it's something that's potentially doable in some circumstances. 4 cards is a lot, but it's not insurmountable.
For sure.
And this was again a I think 64 card list. So there's lots of cards to feed.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are also seeing the crew on the other end, so possibly having that Devil Charm as well. So burning down some of the problematic ice like Archer. So possibly not as insurmountable as it first looks, but those pieces do have to be found. Bridget probably thinking about what the opponent could possibly have. I am guessing trying to suss out if Server 2 is potentially safe at this point. What the possibility of a Devil Charm might be. We are seeing an install in Server 2 and an install over R&D, so shoring up that R&D weakness. It is possible that that's another imminent domain.
There is the Devil Charm. This is possibly the best answer to Archer you can possibly have.
Yep, so this is a good run here. If for nothing else other than getting rid of that Archer. We're going to see if there's a res here. And there is. It's a Winchester. I think the real question is whether or not you pump into these as...
No, they're net damage.
Richmond.
Yeah.
Oh, they're net damage.
Oh, nope. Right. We had the Banhar was on the Archer. The Archer did technically exist.
Oh, yep.
And then left.
So we don't have any increases
the
here.
Program and the hardware.
And we have a jack out. So if this is another eminent domain, it is only 1 point, but it can go grab another Archer and a piece of ice to put on top of R&D. And it is also basically 1 credit for Bridgman to score.
But it's a Spindo.
So that is a good run bait right there. So can't hate that move. Even if Eden was able to find a way in, we were not giving up points. So Bridgman doing a good job baiting a run there. Also potentially advancing the board state with the draw on the Smith Doctor. We're seeing a Spin Doctor pop. So
Okay, so
likely
Dr.
going to see.
Pop. Okay. So I
Likely
was
going
wondering if
to
that's going to
see.
be a pop or just an over install.
Looks like it was a pop. It's in the remove from game. Archer and hedge fund into R&D. So
Yeah, getting the Archer back for the next Eminent is certainly very big.
Wow.
Oberith! Into
Wow.
standoff!
What just happened there? I did not see that coming. That was not on my bingo card.
I
Excuse you?
Okay,
Bridgman,
so-
what are you doing here?
so this was not on my radar for lines I was going to see today. So
We
I will
have
note
a res
standoff.
Oberith.
Standoff, right? We're seeing these archers, and standoff is an agenda. It's a 2-0. Unlike hostile, like scoring it does not actually hurt your game plan long term, probably because maybe nothing. Okay, we see the archer coming back.
Sacking the standoff, protecting an
Second standoff.
Oberith.
That's about what I was going to say. Is this is just like it is archer fodder. It is the perfect archer fodder. It does not make archer cheaper to break later, like hostile does. The runner, I mean, they can steal standoff, I guess.
This Tucana server just giving sick, nasty value, and Banhar is gone.
Also, like this server can now have fast advanced eminent domain.
Also, if the runner declines with the standoff, you get a card and 5 credits.
Yeah.
This is incredible. What's going on here?
Oh, are y'all new to this interaction?
No, I know the interaction. I have not seen this deck list before.
Okay, the Oberth protocol include is just brilliant. I can't love this more. Okay, as the runner, what are you thinking here? Like, do you abandon that server? Can you abandon that server? You can't, right?
I think you have to like pinhole Oberith protocol or something.
Yeah, you definitely want a pinhole, but I mean, if you don't have one, what do you do?
Send it on R&D. Privilege access is actually pretty nice, although there's no threat, so it's okay. Gets the crew back. 2 crews back.
Okay, so 2 crews. We need another Devil Charm.
With 3 crews, you can just crew archers to death and be very tagged.
We're seeing a Whoredom. I suppose you could crew Archer to death. Oh my gosh. Woo! Okay, so we're seeing the very tagged to grab R&D accesses.
Just open up R&D, lock R&D, and go, well, like, your Tucana Oberith protocol server is very nice. You can fight agendas for it, but R&D is locked, so...
So, the build to last will pay out, so you can score from almost nothing here.
Mm-hmm.
Bridgman shoving something.
Also, at this point, I'm
two.
definitely assuming that server 3 is an NGO front.
It would have to be, right?
I can't imagine what, like, unless you imported a Charlotte, but...
I mean, could be a cheeky Biovault? I
mean, but Biovault works on its own server, I'm pretty sure, so...
Works on any server, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Including its own. You don't need to have it off
Yeah.
somewhere. I guess it's insurance if you think someone's going to light a fire under your server, but I don't know. It's got to be an NGO in server 3. Yep,
Oh,
NGO.
yep.
Copy
NGO.
NGO. Rest the message.
Message Chesfo. Just
Checking
eating
out
the
more
runner's
credit.
resources here. Are we going to see a 5-3 out of server 2? Is that a clearinghouse? Are we cooking a clearinghouse?
That work. The first time you advance each turn. I think you could slow cook something. You could fast cook some. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
You
Oberth
can
can
get
help
free
you.
advancements for 2 credits.
Oberth can help you quickly cook a clearinghouse.
That could just be a 5-3. Could be Basalt Spire. Could be SDS. You can leave an SDS sitting in server 2 for ages, though the runner is not currently presenting a program.
So we're seeing Bridgman think here after the Mando.
I'm looking at advancing the message Chesto, just make it even more taxing and get a little bit of a rebate. I know getting a $2 rebate for spending $1 is something I wish more businesses offered me, honestly.
Absolutely. I'm wondering if we're going to see an advance in server 2 at this point.
Yeah, the one per turn
Likely
advance
not.
being very efficient with the breath.
But we're seeing a think. Yep. Okay. So
Yep.
we're seeing that advance. And
Another
another
advance.
advance.
Send a message.
And it's a send a message. Oh my gosh.
Orders the triggers.
Oh, because you can decline to res the archer.
You can decline to res the archer. And then res it with send a message.
Oh, that is a sick, nasty play. Oh wow, we are seeing abuse of the netrunner rules here, which is just fantastic to see. This deck is using all of those timing windows to the maximum effect, and then just beauty with the standoff and the Oberth protocol, eminent domain, Tucana paired together. This beautiful masterpiece here of just timing windows in Netrunner. I love this deck already, and I've only seen about half of it. This is most definitely not the Sokka build of this deck. This is something wholly different.
I mean, it still has very big, very, very chunky ice, but it's getting there in a very different fashion that does not much involve advancing it, honestly.
Yeah, those Mesna Chesfos are really the only advanceable ice that we have seen. Maybe that's all you need, to be honest, because you're searching out your ice, it looks like, and then we have an eminent domain.
Just slap the third archer somewhere.
Just
Yep.
even
Third archer. Server 2.
Right on the remote. That server has to be unassailable at this point. There's no way. And you have the border control at the end of that nasty server.
Yeah, run through 2 archers, get border controlled. Run through 2 archers again. This is not.
You're gonna have to find the win somewhere else. It looks like. Do you try to kill the archer on R&D and then and then find it in there somewhere? Border control and archives.
So I was going to say, at this point, I think the corp only loses to something apocalyptic, but there's now border control and archives. So, despite all the other issues with that plan, it also doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, is that face down? I guess could be an agenda, but it doesn't matter because it's not going to be worth 7 points just by itself. Those agendas.
I mean, the agendas have to be just filling up somewhere, but I don't see how Eden accesses them.
Getting rid of the tags, drawing up, looking for answers. I'm not
Possibly also
sure.
looking for money.
I'm not sure what answers there are here, though. It just looks it's looking really good for Bridgman and not really good for Eden. Seeing a strike button for the full value. Going into archives, keeping Bridgman honest.
Crash the border control.
Okay, not an agenda. It was just another Tucana.
Most of the turn Bridgman does need, I was about to say, credits here.
But we're seeing in advance.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the power of built last year is install credit advance and then now has 2 credits, which is enough to score next turn.
Yeah, that could be just another send a message. And there's no way to access it. The only thing you could do here is you can buy yourself another turn if you can pinhole thread the Oberth, because there's not enough to score a 5-3 from 2 credits at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't know what Eden can possibly do with the extra turn.
yeah, it looks like this one is over unless we see something incredible. So we saw him moshing here.
So I'm good to know. We were talking about how this was a very large deck for the runner coming into this match. Eden is down to 4 cards in stack. So all of those cards,
wow.
or virtually all of those cards, have been gone through at this point.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of them here. So we see a friend of a friend come out. Not sure what that's doing.
I think this is just money up. What have you actually seen for breakers? There's a botch list. There's the
So we have
turtle.
a run on R&D with an additional access, it looks like. There was a pinhole threading in hand. And we're not seeing any agendas. And there's the game.
That's an SDS for a game.
Wow. What a game. That built Elastic is nasty. The Oberth, wow. That is not a card that I have seen in a serious deck in a while. So that was quite interesting. How much time do we have left in the round?
Left in the round. 9 minutes till the end of the round.
Okay, it looks like we only have a couple of games that are unreported. So if we wanted, we could go back to pairings and standings.
We go and see if any of these games are still ongoing that we can hop in on.
Okay. I only see 2 additional tables.
Those would be the 2 I am checking, yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, that table just finished.
Wow. I still can't get over that last game. The Built to Last just going so low on credits, but still able to score a 5-3 when almost broke.
Okay, and that is both of these tables done.
Okay.
I reckon time to watch the end of the line. Was lethal.
All right. So is this the final round, or is there one more to go?
That was the final round. It is 8 rounds.
Okay, 8 rounds. All right. So we'll have our final standings here in a moment. We'll be able to go over those and then get everybody on their merry way. Let me pull up the rest of the...
I was about to say, if you can pull up the rest of the pods, and we can run through our full top 16.
Absolutely, we can. America's pod, APAC pod, yeah. Looks like we're still waiting on one more report before round 8 standings get locked in. Okay, they are in. All right. If we want to flip over to the standings of round 8, we can go over that real quick if we would like. Okay, so starting from 5 here for the EMEA pod of the Circuit Breaker Invitational, our top 5 is Kikai, Bridgman, Pouch of Lavender, The King, and Jonold. So congratulations to the top 5 of the EMEA pod. Those folks will be advancing to the top 16, which will be held next weekend. And they are the last folks to be added to the top 16 for the Circuit Breaker Invitational. Do we have the Americas or the APAC up as well? Could we switch to that?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's APAC.
Okay, so APAC, it looks like we have Diogeny, Toron, Styx, Extracted, and Amarum. Congratulations to the APAC folks. Those folks will be going to the top 16 next weekend as well. And then Americas, finally, we have Davs 131, Benvelopment, Sebastian K, Dranked, and our reigning world champion, Arzon. So that is the top 5 for the Americas, also advancing to the top 16 of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. And rounding out the top 16 is our current reigning Circuit Breaker, which is Jan Tuno. So congratulations to all of the top 16 folks. Great tournament. Yeah, Jan Tuno, it also putting up amazing results on the EMEA pod, so almost getting in twice, double qualified. So just an amazing run. I suppose final thoughts from me. I'm so glad to get the opportunity to commentate here and watch some of these final games. Really good stuff as far as this tournament shaped out. Really excited to see the final conclusion next weekend. Really appreciate all y'all and your hard work behind the scenes. Shout out to Monty Greensleeves.
You can't hear it. I'm winking.
Excellent. But thanks to NSG as well for continuing to run these tournaments. And, for me, all the love and always be running. Thanatar, you got anything
for you?
Not really any closing thoughts. It was a great set of games. I'm always happy to be here to commentate, to see all of the great play, all of the great players, and all of the great decks.
Yeah, that's basically all I got today. I mean, always fun to commentate, but to run the stream as well, to sit back and relax and still get to see the most called shots of all time.
Oh, and a giant thank out to you for running this stream.
Oh yeah, that's Orb's already gotten you. We're good. Thanks.
Well, good. I was the backup, and I would have been up early.
Oh well, then yes, I will accept a duplicate because that's from a different angle. Everyone who could have run the stream, completely different tier of apology there, or thanks. But either way, catch us next week, or next weekend rather. What time do we have? 7:30 GMT on Sunday the 26th. Let me just pull that up real quick over here. There you go, Top Cut. So yeah, next weekend we will decide whether or not Yantuno gets to keep its title, or whether or not we can pass it along to someone new. But either way, we will see you there. Have a good one. Always be running.